Welcome to session 1B and welcome to FedCASIC 2023. We kicked off this morning with a great talk from our keynote speaker, but now the fun really starts. We've got our 3 parallel sessions of presentations. I've got a little bit of housekeeping to get through though before we can dive in. At this time, all attendees are in a listen-only mode, so you're automatically muted. The session is being recorded and will be posted publicly. If you have any objections with that, you can disconnect at this time. We have 5 wonderful speakers today on the topic of transitioning data collection modes. We'll be following the order presented in the program, and we'll be hearing from all of our speakers who will each have ideally something like 15 minutes for their presentation. We'll hear from each of them all in a row. And presenters, when you're presenting, please have your camera on during the presentation. And then after the presentations, we'll have discussions with questions from the audience. Audience, as you're listening, please go ahead and put your questions in the chat. That way you won't forget them before the Q&A begins. And once Q&A begins, I'll go through the questions in the order that we received them. Or if you'd like to ask your question verbally, which we always appreciate, use your raise hand function on WebEx. And when I see you, I'll call on you and we'll enable your microphone so that you can start talking. Okay, great. So our first presenter of the session is Suresh, Director of Survey Technology Programs in the Technology Practice Area. Suresh has been with RTI since 1985. His passion is designing and developing data collection systems, and his work has contributed significantly to RTI's development of general purpose and standard methods for computer-assisted interviewing. Also, he's been working on making data collection systems function efficiently in RTI's FIPS moderate environment. All right, Suresh, I'll hand it over to you.
Hi, Erica. Thank you so much. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen okay?
It's getting there. Yes.
Great. Thank you all. Today, I'm going to talk about converting to start using video interviewing for a national behavioral health survey. My co-authors are Christine Carr, Matthew Check, Ilya Filipenko, Heidi Geyer, Preeti Jairam, and Curry Spain. This particular project was funded by SAMHSA, and it was a cooperative agreement between RTI International and SAMHSA. And again, the views and opinions contained in this presentation do not necessarily reflect those of SAMHSA or the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. What is a mental and substance use disorder prevalence study, or MDPS? SAMHSA wanted to figure out what's the prevalence of specific mental health and substance use disorders across the United States. So what we did was we had to conduct clinical interviews for adults between ages of 18 and 65. Most such studies prior to this one were done on households in small specific locations, but this one's a national sample. In addition to that, it also included other facilities like prisons and homeless shelters and psychiatric hospitals. As the saying goes, sometimes it takes a village to do a survey. I've been setting up systems for data collection for 30 years. This particular study was probably the most challenging one that I ever done for a couple reasons. One, it was a unique pioneering study because it covered the whole country, and something like that had not been done before. And 2, when we started, it was 2020. And you all know what happened in 2020, right? So just when we're getting ready to get going on the study, COVID happened. So everything we wanted to do had to be flipped upside down and done remotely as much as possible. So the original, what is video-based interviewing? All the full clinical interviews, and I'll explain more about it in a minute, were conducted from the homes of trained psychologists. And we created the systems to support and integrate the video interviewing as part of this whole process. We have to set it up to schedule the appointments, confirm the appointments to make sure that the respondents will be available and remind them as needed, and record the whole interview for quality and other purposes, and set up a mechanism to upload the recordings. And needless to say, we had to provide support for not just the interviewers, but the respondents as well to make sure they can connect properly. So we trained about 90 clinical interviewers and 15 supervisors. The interviewers had a laptop with a case management system and the interview on Blaze 5. But they did the Zoom interview on Android tablets. Furthermore, when it was not a household environment, in the household environment, we need to make sure that the clinical interviewers had specific locations in their homes, which was private, and had sufficient bandwidth for the video. Like a quick walkthrough of the whole process. So we started with rostering the household, and the rostering was done by web, by mail, and by phone as needed. And once the rostering was done, we selected up to 2 people and we screened those people. And for screening, we used 2 different screeners. One is an adaptive screener for mental health, and the other one is called CIDI, which is not adaptive, but it still covered the key items we wanted to cover for mental health diagnosis. And based on those screeners, if the person was selected, we would set up an appointment. We'll send them an email to remind them about the appointment. And then the clinical interviewer would send a Zoom link to them for the actual interview and conduct the interview. So all in all, we did a little over 4,700 clinical interview at the end of the day. And about a little over 3,000 were by video. The other was still by Zoom, but it was audio only. On the non-household side of things, again, we went to prisons, homeless shelters, and psychiatric hospitals. And we got in spite of COVID, we got a pretty good response rate for these samples as well. And of these, about a quarter of them were done by video within the facility, sometimes with support of mostly with support from the facility staff as well. Switching gears to the appointment scheduler. When we set up the appointment scheduler, we set it up so that it can be accessed in many different ways. At the end of the screener, it would take you to the appointment scheduler so that the respondent can do it themselves, especially if they're doing it self-interview over the web. If the screening interview was done by field interviewers on Android tablets, again, they can get to the same site from remotely and work with the respondent to book the appointment. We also made it available through a public site that the respondents can log in and use a passcode to get to the appointment scheduler. The system automatically identified the time slots that were available for the appointment, because we had identified which CIs were available on which day of the week and on specific days and times. It adjusted for time zone for both the CI and the respondent. And of course, the user can schedule, reschedule, or cancel the appointment as they needed to. We do have a poster on this item at airport. Once an appointment is scheduled, as most places will do, we would send a confirmation email, but we also sent email to prompt them like a few days before the appointment and definitely the day before the appointment. In addition to that, the CIs would get a list of all the appointments for the next day, so that they are aware and remember to send the Zoom link to the respondents directly. As I mentioned before, we had a Blaze 5 instrument on a Windows laptop. The Blaze 5 instrument, Blaze part of it covered the socio-demographics information, medication, and treatment. But it also called what's called NetSkid, which is a web-based SKID. And if you're familiar with the SKID interview, it's based on the DSM-5 diagnostics. And that was programmed by Telesage. And the Blaze would call that NetSkid directly. And the data will come back to Blaze, and we'll go from there. As I mentioned before, we use Zoom for all the household interview. For non-household, some facilities preferred WebEx rather than Zoom, and so we accommodated that as well. But there was at least a quarter of the interviews were done by video. All the Zoom interviews were recorded, provided the respondent agreed to it. And in the case of facilities, the facility has to agree to it as well before we can do the recording. And the recordings were uploaded into a FIPS moderate environment and for review and quality control. One thing I want to mention about the NetSkid, I mean, most of our survey data collection staff and survey instrument people, we are used to doing the survey, and once it's completed, we rarely go back and launch the instrument again. But for the clinical diagnosis part of it, like the NetSkid, for example, it was not sufficient that the clinical interviewer would conduct that NetSkid and then walk away. Quite often they want to come back to it and review the video and revise the responses. And sometimes they will bump if they have concerns about a specific part of it, they will pull their supervisors in who can also launch the NetSkid again and tweak the responses if need be. And so in addition to setting up the original interview, we had to set up a mechanism for them to be able to update the answers to NetSkid and then pull the data all over again. What's even more impressive is the NetSkid on average, the household interview on average took 77 minutes. In fact, there were a couple interviews which took like 2.5 to 3 hours, but we still recorded the whole thing, provided the respondent allowed it, and uploaded the video or audio back to RTI. In prisons, it was down to 59 minutes because they had a limit of no more than an hour-long interview, so we had to cut it short in some cases. The other sort of a surprise, at least to us, was more than 93% of the people, especially in the households, agreed to be recorded.
And I just sorry to interrupt you, Suresh. We've got just a little over 3 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. I think I covered this already. The clinician could weigh in on the responses as needed and to confirm the findings. And we could authenticate that the interview actually happened because we have video proof. The original plan when we launched the project was we're going to do a subset of the interviews by video. But as I mentioned before, COVID-19 decided that we're going to do everything by video. So 90% of the people were very comfortable with the software, and very few people had any issues with connecting up or using the software for a video. For non-household setting, it's a little bit harder because if you're not there on site, then we have to depend on the facility staff to help with us. I'm going to skip through some of these things. All in all, everything worked really well, and video interviewing can be done easily. So what did we learn from all this? Setting up Zoom was easy. It did require some support to begin with to get the account set up right, because we wanted it to be an RTI account. Uploading video files are like 2.5 hours long, took a lot of bandwidth, and there are different ways to do this, and we do have a different way now. We had to remind the respondents multiple times. And there are situations where the respondent would cancel at the last second, and then we had to hunt them down and try to redo the appointment with them. And we did send out additional FIs to go reschedule appointments in some cases. Last but not least, having two devices was a little bit messier for the interviewers. We are trying to figure out whether we can do a single device rather than two devices to do all the things. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Our next speaker is going to be, oh, and I should say, we're going to take questions at the end, but if you've got something on your mind now, go ahead and put it in the chat and we'll get to it during the Q&A. All right, our next speaker is Lauren Sedlak. She is a research director at NORC. She has nearly 10 years of experience in survey design, testing, methodology, and analysis. And I see Lauren's up. Yep. You got your screen coming online, and I don't see it quite yet, but we're getting there. I see a gray screen.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yep.
Okay, I think my computer is frozen right now, or trying really hard to share the screen. Can you see it?
Yes, thank goodness. I was just about to go into panic mode. Great, take it away.
Okay, it just took a second to get there. Hi, yeah, I am Lauren. I am a research director at NORC, like Erica said, and I'm going to be talking about transitioning one of our studies to a mixed mode remote data collection, specifically among older adults. So to get started, I will give you an overview of the project I'll be talking about, tell you what my goals for this presentation are, and then actually talk through our remote data collection protocols, the responses we saw, and then some lessons learned. So project overview. The National Social Life, Health, and Aging Project is a study of older adults that NORC conducts in collaboration with the University of Chicago. It is a longitudinal study that looks at the ways that the social world is connected to our health. And our respondents are community-dwelling older adults, so that is adults that aren't in, say, like nursing homes or healthcare settings, but community-dwelling older adults born between 1920 and 1965, as well as their cohabitating romantic partners. The first wave of data collection was in 2005, and since then we've interviewed our respondents every 5 years. Traditionally, this has been an in-home interview that can collect survey data and an extensive array of biomeasures. So if you're paying attention to that 2005 every 5 years number, you would have realized our fourth wave of data collection was going to start in 2020. Since 2020, NORC has done 2 remote studies offered as a web, phone, and PAPI, so paper and pencil mail surveys. And these were what we called the COVID-19 study and then round 4 remote. So in 2019, we had planned to be in person in data collection starting of summer 2020, followed by a remote data collection in fall of 2020. We collected a small pretest to assess the feasibility of this remote data collection, and at the time, so in 2019, this pretest was planning to be phone only, and to a subset of the NSHAP sample. COVID changed these plans quite a bit, where we could no longer be in person, obviously in the summer of 2020. But we launched a shorter COVID-specific questionnaire in the fall of 2020 to explore how NSHAP was affecting, or how COVID was affecting NSHAP respondents. Along with actually collecting the data here, this allowed us to test expanded remote data collection procedures, including web and a PAPI for the reworked round 4 of data collection. After successfully fielding this COVID-19 study, again using the web, phone, and a PAPI mail survey, we launched the remote main study in the summer of 2021. So for this, half of the NSHAP sample was approached for their main interview, and I'll get into a little bit more about what that main interview actually entailed. The respondents were invited to participate on the web, followed by phone calls, and then finally mailed a PAPI. This started in 2021. It lasted through 2022. And then in 2022, and just wrapping up now, we are conducting in-person interviews finally. But even prior to the pandemic, NSHAP had been developing the capacity for remote data collection in round 4. Again, that was planned to just be over the phone and a little bit different, but with in-person field costs continuing to rise, we were encouraged to explore remote data collection modes so that we could reduce overall study costs. And it would also allow us an opportunity to test the feasibility of using remote data collection for between round contacts, some smaller data collection outreach efforts, just because a lot can change for respondents in 5 years, especially for our older respondents who may become less able to participate in the study due to either physical or cognitive decline. And having an option for briefer or more frequent contacts in the intervening years between waves would be a huge gain for NSHAP. So our goal for this remote data collection effort was to adapt our existing in-person questionnaire for remote administration. So my goals for this presentation are to talk through how well would older respondents accustomed to this in-person data collection actually respond to to a web survey in particular, and how can we build on the findings from round 4 remote as a whole to incorporate these findings into future data collection. So thinking through, like, would older adults still be responsive to a longer web survey? Would they be able to navigate some tricky sections? Very little prior research looks at web participation, especially or specifically among older adults. And the research that does is fairly outdated, just with internet and smartphone access exploding in the last few years, and web literacy are continuing to increase, particularly among older adults. So now getting into the actual remote data collection protocols and what that looks like. NSHAP respondents were split between those who we would approach in the fall remotely and those that we were going to hold until in person. And this split was not entirely random. To limit costs and maximize the potential response rates, we categorized all of the cases by their likelihood, or what we thought their likelihood would be to participate in remote. Part of this, as I will say later, is we mailed them a prepaid incentive, and we did not want to be sending out a bunch of $50 gift cards to people that we were pretty sure would not then participate. So we were very careful about how we categorized people to participate in the remote study beforehand. We could also avoid overburdening respondents that we thought were very unlikely to participate remotely, and avoid the costs of remote outreach to these respondents. Because this wasn't entirely random, we still wanted to be able to assess the impact of migrating these cases to remote, and a randomized subset of remote cases were held to be fielded in person, and definitely more to come on how these randomized cases responded in person versus what we saw in remote. We split these assignments again by who we thought would be most likely to participate in a remote survey. So some of our criteria were they had completed all of the rounds of NSHAP that they were eligible for. So that would be up to 3 prior rounds. people that completed early. So in these earlier field periods, just the cases that were the easiest to pick up. Participated in the COVID sub-study that was not randomized. So if people participated in the COVID sub-study, they were generally assigned for remote. If they had an email address, if they did not receive an increased incentive. So really just some of these easier to get cases, people that had participated in the past, and participated in our prior remote study that was the COVID-19 sub-study. Because in NSHAP, one of our most unique things about this remote data collection is the age of our respondents. I wanted to really hammer home how the remote mode was assigned by age. Our remote respondents were more likely to be 55 to 84. Our oldest respondents, which were those aged 85 and over, were mostly held for in-person interviewing. Because for this chart, everybody that completed or everybody that was approached in remote had completed at least one round. Their year of birth was known. There's an additional group of unknown year of birth respondents, just NIRs from previous waves. All of those respondents were held for in-person interviewing, just so that everybody was starting their first interview with NSHAP would be in person. Just mentioning that because it would throw this chart off a little bit. But as you can see, remote people tended to be a little bit younger, but even so, our remote assigned respondents went up into their 90s. Okay. One important aspect of NSHAP research are physical measures. Those are adapted significantly for remote data collection. I'm not going to talk about those in this presentation necessarily, but I did want to show that there is an additional like physical measures component happening kind of in parallel to this remote data collection. But this presentation is focused on the leftmost column, which is just the like main questionnaire interview piece. And if you're interested in what the bio box was and how all these physical measures were adapted for remote data collection, I can definitely point you to some more discussions of this that my colleagues have done and are continuing to do. So the in-person questionnaire was modified to be administered remotely. Some of the sections of the questionnaire were straightforward enough to translate, such as just questions about physical and mental health. Others required significant adaptation. These included the social network roster, which was a complicated series of questions about a respondent's close contacts and the strength and density of that network. The cognitive measures section, which was a series of problem solving and memory puzzles that included repetitions, visual puzzle solving, drawing tasks, and the medication log, which is an accounting of up to 25 medications and supplements that the respondent takes. Again, we have a lot more information, presentations about how this questionnaire was specifically adapted that I would be happy to point you to if you are interested in that.
Sorry to interrupt, Lauren. Just about 3 minutes.
Thank you. So the outreach respondents were first mailed an invitation letter. This included a $50 gift card to participate in the web study. It included instructions about how to access that survey. It also included a phone number that the respondents could call if they prefer to complete over the phone. Offering multiple modes at once is not generally a standard best practice, but this was an accommodation that we specifically made given the age of our respondents. We figured that they might in particular appreciate the opportunity to call in. So after the invite letter, people who we had email addresses on file for would get up to 2 reminder emails. Everyone was mailed a reminder postcard. And these are like continuing to go on if they had not already participated. So after all of that web outreach, we started doing phone outreach, and this was by field trained interviewers. So they had a lot of flexibility with their caseload and more personalized outreach than maybe using a phone shop would allow. After I think about 2 months of phone outreach, we mailed up to 2 PAPIs to people who had still not yet responded. Okay, so looking at the remote response. Sorry. NSHAP has achieved a fairly good response rate given the population. These round 4 numbers are still preliminary. We are wrapping up now, but these are not yet final. As you can see, it is fairly close to what we were seeing in the field, in the 70s, a little bit lower than past rounds. So it still points to the importance of in-person data collection for this study population, but I think it shows that remote data collection can definitely be done successfully with older adults. We also saw really high response rates in web. So cohort 2 was more likely to participate in the study over the web, and these are our younger respondents. But cohort 1, our older respondents, still the majority participated by the web. So that was great to see that even our oldest respondents were participating on the web. Looking at that a little bit more closely, this chart here, or I am going to show the same information in a chart in a second, but something I wanted to point out first is that web response is, web was the primary mode of response for all respondents under 90. And even those over 90 did participate on the web. And the PAPI response is really low here just because, or maybe not just because, but that was our final mode of participation. So we had done substantial phone outreach before ever mailing out the PAPIs.
And if you could start wrapping up.
If
you could start wrapping up, please.
Yeah. Okay, so here, I think this is the main chart I wanted to show, but this purple bar is the web response. And again, it is super high for our youngest respondents, but even getting into some of these like much older respondents in their 70s and 80s, it's our primary mode of response. And it's not until respondents are in their 90s that we see a phone finally overtake that web response. So just to finally wrap up, despite promising overall response rates, respondents did require a lot of technical support. Respondents would call in saying that they needed help accessing the survey, and our interviewers and field managers would help them get logged in. So even those high web response numbers did require a significant bit of technical support. But even so, respondents accustomed to longitudinal face-to-face survey can definitely adapt to new remote data collection modes. And we think that considering respondents' previous responses when determining these mode assignments really helped us out there. All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lauren. And next up, we have Christine Borman, the Chief of Infield Enumeration, the Chief of the Infield Enumeration Branch in the Decennial Census Management Division, also known as DCMD, at the U.S. Census Bureau. You may already be familiar with your group's work from the non-response follow-up operation, which is a core focus of the Infield Enumeration Branch, but they are also responsible for the planning and management of housing unit enumeration in remote Alaska, Puerto Rico, and for other non-mailable housing units. Right now, they are focusing on research related to enhancing infield enumeration for the 2030 census. It's on to the next decennial already. All right, Christine, thank you for joining us. Take it away.
All right, and just to confirm, can you see my screen?
I cannot see your screen.
Okay.
I see it's starting to load up now. You're on your way, I think. Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, give me 1 second. It disappeared all my other views. Okay, I will go ahead and get started. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. So as Erica said, my name is Christine, and I'm really excited to be here today to talk about potential self-response options for in-field enumeration. And if that isn't a concept that sounds familiar to you, don't worry. It's new, and by the end of this presentation, you should have at least a fairly good idea about what it means. So first, I'll provide some overall context, set the stage, so to speak. Then I'll provide a high-level overview about our current ideas for in-field self-response options, as well as possible overall benefits and next steps. So as you can see from the title of the slide, I'll start by giving a brief background on where we're at with 2030 planning and the concept of in-field enumeration, since this is a somewhat new term. First off, though, I hope everyone is familiar with the goal of the decennial census program, to count everyone once, only once, and in the right place. To do this, the Census Bureau uses all the tools in its toolkit to collect data on every person in the United States. This generally starts with encouraging self-response through mailings and paper questionnaires, the Internet Self-Response Instrument, which was the predominant self-response mode in the 2020 census, and census questionnaire assistance, or when a respondent completes their questionnaire over the phone. One of the other major tools is in-field enumeration, where Census Bureau enumerators go door to door to housing units that did not self-respond to determine if they were occupied on census day and subsequently enumerate anyone living there. For the 2020 census, we generally refer to this as non-response follow-up, or NRFU, so that might be the term you're more used to. When I say in-field enumeration, as I will throughout this presentation, I'm really referring to NRFU plus any other in-person housing unit-based enumeration that we do for the decennial census, like update leave or update enumerate, where an enumerator went to housing units that did not receive standard mail. So now that we have that context down, you might be wondering, why are we talking about the 2030 census in 2023? Well, we've started planning for the 2030 census all the way back in 2018, and we're currently in the design selection phase. This is where a lot of the research, testing, and planning happens before we go into the final planning and then implementation stage for the 2030 census. This is definitely what I like to think of as the dreaming phase. During this phase, we're exploring innovative ways to enhance the science of census taking. And this is largely based off of our experiences and lessons learned from the 2020 census, but also from new ideas we have, comments from the public, such as the Federal Register notice that was posted last year, and then feedback from our Census Bureau stakeholders and advisory groups. At the end of the day, our overall goal is always to try to improve data quality, reduce respondent burden, and increase operational efficiency. So now that we have that background, let's talk about the main event, in-field self-response options. So as we're in this design selection phase, the Census Bureau is currently exploring the feasibility of introducing self-response options to in-field enumeration, and thus providing an alternative to traditional field interviews for the 2030 census. By traditional field interview, I'm referring to essentially when an enumerator reads the questions to the respondent and then fills out the respondent's answers. We're thinking about this in two different ways. The first idea we're envisioning is allowing respondents to complete their census questionnaire on the enumerator's device. For this idea, data security, i.e. protecting all Title 13 data on the enumerator's device, is of utmost importance to the Census Bureau. We also really care about being good stewards of the public funds and would want to make sure that this doesn't result in a significant increase in damaged or missing devices. The second concept we are in the process of sketching out is providing an easy way for respondents to fill out their census questionnaire on the respondent's own device. This isn't completely new. During the 2020 census, if a non-response follow-up enumerator went to someone's door and was unable to make contact with anyone in the household, they'd leave a letter, or what we called a notice of visit. This notice of visit was provided households with different ways they could respond, including the web address for the 2020 Internet Self-Response Instrument. The numerator also handwrote the housing unit's census ID on the letter to allow the respondent easier access into the instrument. For this idea, we're really thinking about whether to be more proactive in providing respondents with different ways they can self-respond to the 2030 census during an in-field enumeration contact, with the key difference here being providing the option to the households when we are able to make contact with a potential respondent, instead of just when we're unsuccessful in making contact. I personally love these in-field self-response options ideas. So I think some of the possible benefits are kind of common sense, but I'm going to go over them, and then you can let me know if you agree at the end of the presentation when we're in the Q&A session. So the first possible benefit is an improvement to data quality. This is because the in-field self-response options would remove the messenger, so to speak, between the respondent and the Census Bureau. So instead of an enumerator reading out questions and filling in responses, the respondent can do it themselves. This would remove enumerator-introduced errors, such as typos or misspellings of names, races, or ethnicities. I know for me personally, there are at least 3 ways that I can start spelling the name Christine. You can start it with a CH, like I do, a C, or a K. And then a lot of people also mishear me when I say my name and assume it's Christina with an A at the end. That's just a little snapshot in how useful it would be if respondents could provide this information directly. Another example is that some of the questions and associated response options are on the longer side. So at times, enumerators may not read the full question, or a respondent will cut them off, partway through before they get to the end of the question or into the response options. So this removes that room for error from the equation as well. The hope is also that item non-response rates from these in-field self-response options would be similar to other self-response modes, and therefore lower than for traditional field interviews. So for example, according to the 2020 Census Data Quality Metrics Release 3 on the Census Bureau's website, the item non-response for the nation was around 1.3% for age and date of birth, and in the 2% range for Hispanic origin and race, for all self-response modes in the 2020 census. But for NRFU household interviews, the item non-response rate was around 16% for age and date of birth, around 6% for Hispanic origin, and around 8.7% for race. So from that quick snapshot, I'm sure you can see how beneficial it would be if we could reduce item non-response rates from household interviews through some sort of in-field self-response option. Respondent burden is another driving factor. If you think back to the past minute or two, I'm sure you've already skimmed everything on the slide, and I'm only about halfway through it. So from that short test, you can tell that reader comprehension and reading speed are typically better, much faster than when compared to listening, as in a traditional field interview. So we hope by introducing an avenue for respondents to respond either on the numerator's device or on their own, we can reduce respondent burden associated with traditional field interviews. And then one last thing to note, and that is respondent privacy. Not everyone is comfortable revealing their age or date of birth or other demographic characteristics. So by removing the need for respondents to verbally tell the numerator how old they are, what their race is, or any of those other demographic questions, we can make respondents feel more comfortable and feel like they have a greater sense of privacy. So now that we've covered all of the pluses, there is one other major factor the Census Bureau needs to consider, and that is respondent engagement. We think that respondent engagement may vary depending on whether the respondent is offered a traditional interview, answers the questionnaire on their own device, or on the numerator's device. On the pros side, the in-field self-response options could be really effective with some audiences, like those that are about to run out the door and don't have time to complete their interview right when the numerator knocks on the door, as well as language barrier cases. Language barriers occur when the numerator doesn't speak the same language as the respondent. And during the 2020 census, the numerator would attempt to identify what language the respondent speaks using a language identification card, and then the case would be rerouted to an enumerator that speaks that language. But if we can offer the questionnaire to the respondent in the language that they are most comfortable with while we're at the door, this would be a great way to circumvent those potential barriers. So those are some of the pros, but we need to be realistic too. Some non-responding households may not respond without further engagement from enumerators. It's really easy to take down the link for the internet self-response instrument, for example, put that piece of paper with the rest of the mail sitting on your counter, and then it just kind of getting lost in the process. So if we do implement in-field self-response options in the field, we'll need to work out the best methods to introduce these options and maximize respondent engagement. So this all leads me to next steps. First off, we need to work out the technical details. It's really easy for me to say, as a non-app developer or programmer, let's make it so that a respondent can read or can respond on their device or on the enumerators. But we need to work out the nitty-gritty. That gets us from conceptualization to actual development. It's also really important to gauge public interest in these options. To me, they seem like a no-brainer, but if we're out in the field and we offer these options to the public, are people going to want to do them? I'm personally really interested in the audience feedback on this, and I hope you jump in during the comments section. And then last off, say we build it and the public is interested. We also need to brainstorm and develop field procedures and quality control mechanisms around these options. We can't just release them out into the world and then call it a day. So a lot of work for us to continue to do. But with that, I'd really like to ask the audience to speak up during the Q&A session or send me an email at christine.flanagan.borman@census.gov to let me know how likely you would be to respond using an in-field self-response option during the next census. And if you have any other thoughts on the benefits or best ways for us to go about this research at the Census Bureau. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christine. Yeah, that's great. Your audience is your target survey population. So it'd be great to get feedback.
I hope so.
All right, thank you very much. We are zooming right on through. We have our next speaker is Ting, who is a vice president at Westat. She is also an adjunct assistant professor at the Joint Program and Survey Methodology at the University of Maryland. Thank you, Ting. Take it away.
Thank you, Eric. Let me share my screen.
Yep, it's starting to share. Yes, we can see it.
You can see it. Okay, beautiful. Thank you very much. Today I'll be talking about a pilot study conducted for the Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance System, BRFSS. I'd like to acknowledge my co-authors at Westat and at CBC. Okay, next slide. Wait, hold on. Sorry. The findings and conclusions in this presentation are those of mine, the authors, and should not be construed to represent any official CDC views or policy. Okay, so just a little background on BRFSS. The BRFSS is a nation's premier system of health-related telephone service. BRFSS collects state data about U.S. residents regarding their health-related risk behaviors, chronic health conditions, and the use of preventive services. Since 2011, BRFSS has been conducting both landline telephone and cell phone-based surveys using a dual frame design, and the mode of data collection is CADI, computer-assisted telephone interviewing. Well, as for any telephone surveys, declining response rates are really one of the major challenges. In 2021, the response rates to the cell phone frames range from 24% to 61%, with a mean of 45%. And then on this side, you can see I'm showing just 6 states, and then the response rates to the cell phone frame. And again, it's the same range, 36% to 51%. Close to half of the sampled cell phone numbers were actually not reached, and they had an unknown eligibility status. So they're kind of the unproductive cell phone numbers. We just didn't get to talk to a person. So on this slide, again, on the right side, you will see the proportion of cell phone numbers fall into those areas with eligibility, unknown eligibility. And these cell phone numbers typically have a disposition code of no answer, self-blocking, answering device, and so on. So the BRFSS conducted a pilot study. Basically, we want to know whether it is feasible to invite cell phone numbers finalized as no answer and ask them to complete the BRFSS online. We will, in this talk, we'll be looking at response rate and breakoffs, and then I'll talk about address quality and why that is important to look at later on. We didn't try to compare any estimates between these cell phone numbers that completed BRFSS online versus cell phone numbers that completed BRFSS over the telephone. The sample for this pilot consists of 4,651 cell phone numbers from 6 states that were part of the regular BRFSS cell phone samples, and they were all finalized as no answers. So on this table here, you can see the sample count for each of the 6 states. And then these cell phone numbers were all matched with an address by the vendor. And we invited these cell phone numbers to complete BRFSS online through a series of 3 mailings. The mailings were all sent to the matched address, and that's why the quality of address is important to evaluate. We also embedded 2 experiments that testing the impact of different ways of wording the promise incentive and different way of framing the survey request, and we want to see the impact of those.
Oh, sorry, Ting. I hear you now, but we lost you for the last 30 seconds or so.
Oh, should I repeat what is on this slide?
Up to you. Yeah.
Okay, I'll just quickly go over the main thing. So the cell phone numbers for this pilot were the real BRFSS cell frame samples, and then they were all finalized as no answers, and they were matched with an address by the vendor. And we invited these people to complete the BRFSS online through mailings that were sent to the matched address. And we included 2 experiments. And data collection happened between October and November. So on this slide, I'm showing the contact sequence and timings. So everybody, all the cell phone numbers were sent a postcard invitation. The postcard invitation had information about survey URL and the unique PIN to the person. And then we mentioned about a promise incentive, and we also alerted people of an upcoming letter with cash incentive enclosed. And 7 days later, we sent out an invitation package that consists of a letter and then mentions URL and the PIN again. And then we enclosed $5 cash in the envelope. And then we again mentioned the promise incentive. And then we have an insert showing the frequently asked questions. And then 7 days later, we sent to all the web non-respondents another postcard reminder with repeating URL and then PIN, and then again, mentioned about promise incentive. And 2 weeks after this postcard reminder, we closed the survey. So here's more detail about the 2 experiments. This is a 2x2 factorial design. The incentive wording basically worded incentive either as a gain to respondents, you get more incentive, or as a loss to respondents if they don't complete the web survey. And then similarly, the survey request is either framed as an appeal to the value of hearing from them, or as the loss of the survey if we don't hear from them. So in quotation marks are the example wordings, actual wordings we used on different meetings. Okay, so because the addresses are matched to cell phone numbers, so we need to first establish whether we reached the right person. So for all people who log in the survey, they will be asked this the very first verification question. We ask them to provide the last 4 digits of their cell phone number, and then we match to what is on the file for that address. If the last four digits provided by respondents are the same as what is on file for that particular address, they're allowed to proceed to the web survey. So we basically think the address is a good one. We reached the right person. That person was allowed to move forward. However, if the last 4 digits provided were not the same as on file, or people were simply refused to provide one, they were asked a second verification question. So we're basically asking, does anyone living at this address have this cell phone number ending with the last 4 digits on the file? And if the answer is yes, that means we reached the right we reached the right household, we just didn't reach the right person. So we showed a message to the respondent saying, okay, can you give this login information to the person who has that correct cell phone number, and then please ask that person to log in. And if the answer to this second address verification question is no, or they refused, they didn't want to answer the question, we believe that we reached the wrong household and we terminate. So that's part of the address quality consideration, whether this is a wrong address or not. Okay, quickly about the response rate. So among the 4,600 cell phone numbers, the 123 addresses were returned by postal office. They were returned as a PND, postal undeliverable. That's also, reflects the address quality. And then 265 were screened out as a wrong address. They're these people here in the right box. So we consider those two as ineligible. We simply didn't reach the right address, and they were taken out of the calculation of response rates. The remaining cell phone numbers and addresses, 602 completed the web survey at a response rate of 14.1, given 3 mailings. I think this is actually not that bad. This graph here plots the response rates to the web survey, the blue bars, and then the red bar is the 2021 cell phone response rates for that state. I'm putting up there just for for your information. So what we can see here is states do vary in terms of the response rates to the web survey. Wisconsin has the highest response rates at 19%, and it is significantly higher than Oklahoma, Arizona, and Tennessee. And it just happens that Wisconsin also has the highest cell phone response rate. And Tennessee has a lower cell phone response rate, the lowest actually among the 6. And then it also, belongs to one of the lower states with a lower response rate. And we also look at response rates by experimental conditions. So basically, it didn't matter. Response rate didn't differ by the incentive wording. Response rate didn't differ by how we framed the survey request. The chart plots the response rates for the 2x2 4 cells. And turns out that when incentive was worded as a gain to respondent, and the survey request had a appeal framing, it has the largest response rate, highest response rate. But again, the differences are not really statistically significant at 0.05 level. I think this too has a marginal significance. So the address quality here, the blue bars shows the postal undeliverables, and then the red ones are screened out as a wrong address. And then the line here is simply the sum of those two. It shows the overall amount of bad addresses or poor addresses. So what we can see, a few things here, Oklahoma has the lowest response rate, and it happens to have the highest bad addresses. And West Virginia has a higher response rate and then also lower bad addresses. So there seems something to be going on. Tennessee also, again, has a lower response rate, but it has the lowest bad addresses. So the response rate, doesn't really always reflect address quality. We also look at the break-offs. Among the 726 people who started the web survey, 124 didn't complete. And that's a break-off rate of 17%. That seemed to be high. So we look at take a close look at the distribution of the break-offs. So what we found is that about 23 of the break-offs happened at the first eligibility question. We asked people, to provide the last 4 digits of their cell phone number. And then another 44% of the break-offs happened at the second eligibility question. So basically, these people didn't provide their last 4 digits or provided a wrong one. And then we asked if anyone else in the household having this cell phone number. And then 44% of the break-offs occurred at that place. And there's also about 7% of the break-offs occurred at the handover message. So basically, this is where we reach the right household, didn't reach the right person. We ask, the screener respondent to hand over the survey URL to the right person, and that never happened. So these 3 basically are 75% of the break-offs we saw. And if we remove all of them, then the break-off rate becomes 5%, which is very reasonable. So we think most of the break-off are driven by this.
Sorry to interrupt, about 3 minutes.
Okay. The break-off rates, did vary a little bit by states, and Wisconsin and West Virginia has a lower break-off rates compared to the other ones. And break-off rates didn't differ by experimental conditions. So just to conclude, based on the findings, we think it's really promising, it's feasible to invite those unproductive cell phone numbers to complete a web survey. The overall response rate is 14% with 3 meetings, and break-off rate is 5% if we are not counting break-offs at the verification stage. But close to 10% of the match addresses are actually not useful. We cannot reach the right person. The wording of the incentive, framing of survey requests didn't really affect anything, and states vary in response rates, address quality, and break-off rates. So we feel like this pilot, provides some promising potential for a multimode design for cell phone frames. So cell phone frames, you can still call people, conduct the interview over CADI, but for the unproductive cell phone numbers, it seems to be viable to use matched addresses to invite them to complete the same survey on a different mode. But the critical thing is we really need to figure out how to best verify cell phone numbers without incurring break-offs. And then, of course, there should be continued research on, strategies or ways to improve response rates. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you. And now we have our final speaker of the session. We have Renee. Renee is Associate Director of the Methodology and Quantitative Social Science Department at NORC at the University of Chicago. He is co-PI and Director of the General Social Survey, the GSS. He also teaches at the Irving B. Harris Graduate School of Public Policy Studies at the University of Chicago. Renee, welcome. Thank you. I see you've got your slides up already. You're good to go.
Thank you, Erica. Appreciate the introduction. This presentation covered some theoretical conceptual aspects on video interviewing and why we believe it holds promise for survey methodology, and also present some numbers that help us understand changes in usage and receptivity of live video interviewing over time. I would like to acknowledge the work of my co-authors here listed on my slide, and I'm going to go ahead and get it started. We learned earlier from Mr. Suresh's presentation about video interviewing today in the panel, but just to quickly summarize what video interviewing is, it can be defined as data collection mode that allows for interviewers to administer surveys to respondents remotely using video conferencing and survey methodology. Just to be clear what this is not, video interviewing is not necessarily a recruitment approach or content approach. It's more like a mode of administration that obviously may change in the future, but as of this point in history, that seems to be the case. This new mode can be alternative for those who may not want to complete an interview in person due to a variety of reasons, including health, safety, or other concerns. It can potentially be more cost-effective than in-person data collection, especially when in-person recruitment is not needed to gain cooperation, since interviewers do not need to travel to different respondent locations. And ideally, it allows for administration of self-administered sections in the questionnaire, similar to how it would happen in in-person interviews. Early research suggests that video interviewing may not necessarily improve overall response rates, but can help decrease non-response bias among certain subgroups in the population. Some of the research available today suggests that younger adults aged also 30 to 45, those with higher levels of education, and other non-Hispanic minorities, people in the workforce, and those with higher educations may be more likely to respond to this mode of data collection. It can improve measurement properties relative to the webs, and in particular in the context of longer surveys, since an interviewer is there to guide the interview. Video interviewing then has the potential to improve higher quality and better measurement than phone surveys, since it includes aspects that are not available on those modes, meaning visual aids or a self-administered component in the process. Early research also suggests that it can be more effective after initial contact and recruitment has been made, since the outreach occurs in different modes, and it's particularly helpful for longitudinal or panel studies where a relationship has been formed with respondents. Live video interviewing shares some key features of face-to-face or in-person interviews in the way that it allows a more fluid communication. It's a two-way communication supporting oral and visual tools. It can display information on the screen that the respondent can read on their own or can respond on their own. Can increase respondent engagement, have potentially lead to higher respondent satisfaction. But it may lead also to disclose less sensitive information. So overall, it seems like video interviewing, shows promise over self-administered surveys, especially for longer responses in open-ended questions. May also lead to lower item non-response rates and to potential less non-differentiation. Now I would like to present a few numbers that were collected through NORC's AmeriSpeak Omnibus Survey, and this is to illustrate how some of the behaviors and attitudes toward live video interviewing may have changed over time. And that's obviously key for us researchers to keep understanding what is the landscape out there when it comes to live video interviewing and how it looks video chat in society overall. So there are two aspects here that are key to understand people's use and comfort with video chat and willingness to participate in a video interview. We asked a series of questions on AmeriSpeak from 2019 to the year of 2021. And also we used for our presentation some other sources, including surveys that are deposited at the Roper Center and studies by Pew Research. Here I have some results. I know that some of the letters may not be entirely visible to all of you, so let me start by presenting the scale that is at the bottom of the graph, since that scale will repeat in several other slides that I have here. So at the bottom you will see 6 response options in there, starting with never, 1 to 3 times, ever, less often. Then the third one is a few times a year, a couple of times a month, a few times a week, and 1 or more times a day. So what we see here is that in the year of 2018, The bars that are on the right-hand side, meaning the orange lines, were a bit lower, and we saw an increase in the year of 2020 to the question, how often do you video chat? Obviously, in 2020, that peaked, and in 2021, sort of returned to a lower level, but still remained high relative to the year of 2019. We did some analysis of this data by demographics. I'm going to present you in a moment results regarding gender, age, and race ethnicity. And overall, what we see, and let me change my slide here, here is that, female versus male have a higher, slightly higher proportion of people responding on how often they have video chat. And same for age. Age, you will see that those in the lower age ranges have a higher proportion of reporting that they've used video chat, and that decreases as age increases. For race and ethnicity, we see that other non-Hispanic also have the higher proportion of those reporting video chat. More on subgroup analysis, we see here that college graduates, not surprisingly, reported using video chat more frequently. Those also in the workforce have a higher proportion of reporting frequency of video chat relative to other groups, and those with a higher income level also are the ones who have a higher proportion in here. We also asked and analyzed how people use video chat, whether for personal reasons or for work. And so the question was how often do you use video chat for the following activities, and then work communication or personal communication. So those are the results that you see here. Same response categories that we saw before. And the results show that more people use video chat for personal communication than for work, and compared to those who would use it for work, obviously. Then, in general, that we saw that change to remain across time. We made some modifications to the scale in subsequent administrations of the study, so we changed from this scale to just now, but the pattern remains the same. And when we analyze which applications were most frequently used for video chat, we found that people are reporting Zoom at the top, face-to-face, and Facebook Messenger. Those are sort of at the highest level. The rest, or coming next, is Microsoft Teams and other applications that are being used by the population. We also asked people how likely they would be to participate in a video interview, and that proportion increased from 2019 to 2021. Here, the response categories range from not likely at all to very likely being the orange side of the graph. So you will see here that increase over time from 2019 to 2021. And it's a quite, important change from 40% to 53% when you put all together. And also we checked, whether people will feel comfortable using video chat and versus an in-person interview in video seemed to be quite attractive to individuals, or at least they were reporting that they feel comfortable about it. Among those reporting likely to participate in a video interview, the two most common reasons for participating in a video interview is that the interviewer is easier to understand and that the respondent feels better understood. On the opposite side, among those not likely to participate, we saw that the two most common reasons for not participating in a video interview are that they don't see the advantage of a video chat and they don't like seeing themselves on video. also, we saw that privacy and comfort were also key concerns, although to a lesser extent. We consulted other sources, and here you're seeing some results from the Pew Research Center. And this is video chat overall among internet users and cell phone users. You see here on the left side of the panel here on the graph that there's an increase on those reporting using video chat when it comes to those who report themselves as internet users. When we see the same trend among cell phone users, we see also an increase, but it's not as pronounced as the one that is among internet users. Here's also a comparison of time of the use of live video services, such as Zoom and others, for medical consultation. We all know that medical services are starting to be more used in society, and this is a question that is quite interesting to analyze. This is from the AP NORC Center for Public Affairs Research. This is a unit within NORC. And we see a change in there. So we see some increases in there, especially when it comes to popular tools like Zoom, Doxy.me, and FaceTime. So in general, video chat usage.
We've got just about 3 minutes.
Perfect. I'm about to wrap up in this last slide. So video chat in general, usage and willingness to participate in video interview have increased over time. We saw usage peak in 2020 during the pandemic, with more than half using video chat at least monthly in 2021, but continued to be high after that. Likelihood of participating in a video interview has increased from 2018 to 2021. Barriers to participation center around not seeing the advantages, privacy, comfort, and technical issues. And demographic differences in video chat usage and likelihood of participating in a video interview, such as video interviews, cannot be the only mode of data. And with that, I thank you all, and back to you, Erica.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Big round of applause with your virtual hands to thank our presenters for their work contributions today. Thanks, guys. So we now are, oh, I'm sorry, one more piece of housekeeping before we go to Q&A. Slides can be made available. The presenters can opt to make those available to the public on the FedCASIC website. So stay tuned. It'll take a few days to get those all uploaded onto the website, but should be available. So I've got a couple of questions that came in through the chat, and I'm going to go through these in the order that we received them. And if you've got a new question you want to add, please go ahead and start typing. We had one request, Lauren, for you to show your slides again. I'm guessing Brian wants to take a screenshot. Lauren, do you see that question in the chat, that particular slide?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, go ahead and throw that up onto the screen. And Brian, if you had a particular question that you wanted to get Lauren to maybe give you more detail on, do you want to ask that, or? Can't believe you had 90-plus-year-old participants in your sample.
Right? I still sometimes don't believe it.
Well, actually, while we're just waiting to see if Brian chimes in, okay, Brian says that's good. I'll ask Lauren while you got this up. I did wonder, I think you said that you had incentive amounts varied by mode. Is that right?
No, we sent a prepaid incentive with the initial web invite. So everybody got the $50 gift card with their initial invitation. And then follow-up mode would reference back to that initial one we sent them.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And then if they participated in the follow-up physical measures, there was an additional $50 gift card.
Oh, okay. Then maybe that was it. Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. And you can just leave that up there if anybody who wants to study it. We did have one more question that came in through the chat. It was a comment from Jennifer, who was saying that if it's if the non-response follow-up is going to be face-to-face, it's nice to offer a paper option as well as electronic options for self-administration. I think I personally like to fill it out myself while the enumerator is there, but only if my household is small. I don't want the enumerator standing there watching me for a long time, but I'm likely to forget, quote unquote, again, if I don't do it on the spot. Christine, any comments to that?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say thank you for that comment. That's exactly the type of feedback that I'm looking for, that the team's looking for. And yeah, we'll be thinking about this and kind of taking it back to our research team. It's really helpful.
And Christine, while I've got you, I was curious, did your team make any changes to the question wording or the response options? You know, it's going from the enumerator or being shown to the respondent. Are they seeing exactly the same thing, or is there anything changing?
Yeah, so I haven't made any changes yet, right? Because we're still in research and kind of planning development. But the plan would be that there's always a difference between enumerator wording and respondent-facing wording. So if we are handing the device to a respondent or sending them to one of the self-response modes, they would be seeing the respondent-based question wording and response options.
Got it. Okay, great. Suresh, we've got a couple of questions coming in for you on the chat. You quickly skipped over a slide referring to, I think, Grant says, 7% of interviews with lost connections. Are these due to regional variations like rural or urban, or is it something on the interviewer or respondent side? Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I can share the screen if you want. Okay. Oh. It's coming up, right? It is actually was not necessarily rural versus urban that much. It's just that depending on the internet provider that they had, how they have the connections, it was bad. And sometimes it was interesting. Quite a few people were on their cell phones or smartphones for these interviews. And we did have some issues with that. So people who used bigger devices was better. In fact, I think we have some data about what kind of devices that they use, but we're not able to collect that data in all scenarios. So that's why we didn't talk about it. But it's usually because they didn't have good bandwidth or internet connection, and the rural-urban divide didn't seem to make a difference.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, great. And Suresh, stick around. We've got one more question for you. From Rebecca, I'm curious to hear more about the logistics of collecting data from people in prisons. Can you tell us more about how you recruited and interviewed this population?
That's an interesting question. To be honest with you, part of the reason why some of the some facilities in certain states allowed it, and there were certain states that would not allow it, period. And I think that the states that did allow it, they already had court systems that were conducting Zoom-based trials. And so those things kind of helped a little bit. But in the facilities, it did require where the facility administrator is willing to allow the staff to help set it up, and they have internet connection as well, which doesn't happen in all places. So it's like you have to have everything line up perfectly. The stars have to be perfectly aligned for us to be able to do that. So did I answer your question, or was your question something different than what I'm talking about?
It's hard. We've got a sort of disconnected question answer flow, but I think that might have done it. And then our next question is for Lauren. We have a question here from Teresa. Was there a direct link to the web survey, or did respondents have to enter a username and password?
It was a username and password for any of the mail invites. So we had a short URL that was something like NSHAP.norc.org that respondents would need to type in and then enter a short password and PIN. For anyone that had an email address, we sent email reminders out to, and those did include a direct link.
Thank you. Yeah. And we've got another question here in the chat For interviews by video chat, have they been done successfully on smaller screens as well? How long have these interviews generally been? And is there screen sharing of the survey instrument or interview aids? I think that might, any number of our speakers could take that. Please feel free to chime in.
Okay, let me chime in. There, again, depending on the respondent, some of them chose to do it on a smaller screen. We did not share the interview screen with, we did not share the instrument with them on the video call because it is really a diagnostic instrument. That's the main reason we didn't share that. But it really depended on the respondent as to what they had access to and what kind of comfort that they had with a smaller device. And as I mentioned, on the household side, the average was 77 minutes. So it's not a short interview. And if you're on a small device, like a smartphone kind of thing, the chances of losing battery power halfway through was very high. So we did alert them about it ahead of time. And I think that might have made a difference in what device they chose. And then the next question is also, let me jump ahead and answer the next question. The attentiveness. We were recording the videos and we could actually watch the videos after, like randomly selected some of the videos and monitored, looked at it for quality control and other purposes. By just looking at the body language and visual feedback, we could tell that people were attentive. And the questions were not, some of the questions were quite nuanced. So if they were not paying attention, they could not have answered it. So that's how we figured out attentiveness. Again, it is not objective, it is subjective, but it looked like most people were attentive. They were not getting distracted by other people in the household or anything like that.
Thank you. I've also got a question here for Ting. The BRFSS, you had an RDD sample, and it was a little different than what we usually see. You know, we usually see people trying to do web first, and here you had RDD first, follow up with web. Can you say a little bit more about maybe what led to that decision? What challenges would you have expected if it was the other way around, or just say more about that?
Yeah, so BRFSS has always been CADI interviews since 2011. And we have this large pile of unproductive numbers. So that's why we were thinking, okay, so what can we do with those? You know, just marking them as ineligible, unknown eligibility seems to be a waste. So the idea there is now we have, we can match an address to them. Can we just basically send a mailing to them and see how many respond? So that's kind of the rationale, you know, behind this pilot design. And we were really encouraged by the results. So now we're moving on to another pilot where we're actually doing more like this multi-mode design. For some people, we send them to the web first. And if they don't respond, you know, we call them. And then the other condition is where, you know, we're going to call them. And if they still don't respond, you know, we follow up with a web. So we're going to do more that protocol kind of comparison evaluation in the new pilot. So wait for our next FedCASIC.
If you have your results that fast, that'd be great. All right, we have just time for one last question. Sorry that we won't get to everybody. I see one more in the chat that's about, I think, thoughts for all the panelists from John. What are the thoughts on extending video interviewing to establishment surveys as opposed to just household respondents?
My simple answer is it's possible, but people may not want to respond to a video survey in their office settings, for example. That would be a concern.
Any other takers?
I agree. I think that it's doable. Obviously, it will require lots of, you know, good planning, logistics, scheduling, appointment reminders, et cetera, but I don't see why not. It's just more difficult, probably, but.
Stay tuned, FedCASIC 2024. We will see video interviewing in establishments. All right, thank you to all of our presenters, our speakers. It was a great session. We loved hearing all of the new work that you've been doing, and thank you for answering all these questions. It's past 11:45, so it is now lunch break time. Last round of applause. Thank you very much, and we'll see everyone back for the next session at 12:45. Thank you.
Thank you all. Bye now.
Bye.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Welcome to the first afternoon session here, the Respondent-Centered Innovations and Data Collection Instruments for Establishment Surveys at the Census Bureau. Let me just go over a few housekeeping rules. So at this time, all the attendees are in listen-only mode. You're welcome to submit questions in the chat during the presentations. It would be very helpful if you kind of listed who the question is for. And then you can do the chat at the bottom center right side of your WebEx screen. And you will also have the opportunity to ask the question yourself if you want to ask it and speak with the presenter at the end. So what will happen is that after the presentations, I'll go through any of the questions that came through on the chat and we'll get some answers to those. And then you'll have the opportunity to raise your hand using the raise hand function on the screen. Hopefully you can find it. And I will ask for you to be able to, to ask the question. You kind of have to be invited in to ask the question. And I also want to let you know at this time, all the session's being recorded. So, and then it will be posted publicly. So if you have any objections to that, you may want to disconnect now, please. All right, so we're going to get started with our first presentation. So we put together some, four presentations here from colleagues at the Census Bureau that I've worked with all of them. They're amazing. And we're here to talk to you about how we have been working to incorporate respondents into the process of incorporating the respondent feedback into our systems and our instruments. So the first speaker today is going to be Mike Flaherty. Mike has been a survey statistician with the Census Bureau for 19 years. He's currently the chief of the Research, Development, and Innovation Surveys branch within the Economic Reimbursable Surveys Division, where he manages several collections of R&D data for the National Science Foundation. He holds a bachelor's degree in mathematics and statistics from West Virginia University. And he's going to be talking to you today about the business, enterprise, and research and development reporting tools facilitating the reporting process. So go ahead.
Thank you, Amy. Let me share my presentation. And hopefully everyone can see the presentation now. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mike Flaherty. I am the chief of the Research, Development, and Innovation Surveys branch here at the Census Bureau. One of the surveys in my branch is the Business Enterprise Research and Development Survey, or BERD. And today we're going to talk about some of the tools that we've developed over the years to facilitate the reporting process for our respondents. Stephen Wilkinson has also been added to the panelist. He's the analyst who led the development work for most of the tools that we're going to look at today. Quick outline of what we're going to talk about. I'm going to start off with a brief background on the survey and some of the problems it presents for respondents. I'm going to talk about outreach activities that we've done over the years, some of the lessons learned from those outreach activities. We'll take a look at some of the reporting tools that we've developed to get at that. And then we'll have time at the end for some closing thoughts. So some background, the Business Enterprise Research and Development Survey, or BERD, is conducted under a joint partnership agreement with the National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics within the National Science Foundation. It is a mandatory Title 13 survey. The reporting unit for us is the whole company, the entire U.S. company, including any subsidiaries, even foreign subsidiaries. We are not an establishment-based survey, so we just send one form to corporate headquarters and ask them to tell us what industries they operate in, and then we'll ask them to report R&D expenses and other items by those industries. Our target population is for-profit businesses with 10 or more U.S. employees. So each year there's roughly $600 billion of total R&D performance in the U.S., and 70 to 75% of that comes from those for-profit businesses with 10 or more employees. Universities account for a little over 10%. Federal government accounts for about 10% as well. But the majority of it comes from for-profit businesses. R&D is a rare event, so we're looking for that needle in the haystack. There is roughly 1 million businesses in our target population, but we estimate only about 30 or 40,000 of those have any R&D activity at all. And of those, the top 500 account for about 80% of our key estimate, which is R&D performance in the US. So once we find that needle in the haystack, though, we hit them hard. We ask a lot of questions. We want to know everything about their R&D. So those top 500 for sure get asked a lot of questions. Our survey has over 600 data items. Back when we were mailing out a paper form, the booklet was 56 pages. So the companies that do have a lot of R&D, we ask a lot of questions. Our sample is 45,000 companies or so. And only about 20 or 30,000 of those will report R&D. So if they report 0 R&D, they're skipped right to the end of the survey, and we don't ask them many questions at all. If they have what we would consider not significant amount of R&D, less than $1 million of R&D, they're skipped through chunks of the survey. But for certainly those top 500, and then more than that, they're asked every single question on the form, and it's a lot. So some of the outreach activities that we've done with our respondents over the year, the Census Bureau, along with the National Science Foundation, has collected R&D data from businesses since the 1950s. In 2008, the survey underwent a pretty significant overhaul and redesign. And as part of that redesign, we conducted 3 business expert panels with executives and R&D experts from US businesses. Topics of those expert panels included globalization of R&D, as well as data and survey launch strategies. We also, within my branch, conduct an account manager process, what we call for this survey. And what that is essentially those top 500 companies that I talked about. Each one of them is assigned to an analyst in my branch whose job is to kind of hold their hand throughout the reporting process. There's a series of targeted communications, and they're really there to help get that company to the finish line with reporting, answer any questions they might have, and try to be the person for this survey, that respondent for whatever they need. We also conduct post-survey meetings or interviews. And what we do with those, every year we've done those. We haven't for the past 2 or 3 years because of the pandemic, but we plan to start again this year. But prior to the pandemic, every year we've gone out and talked to a dozen or so companies, both large R&D companies as well as small and medium-sized. And we talk to the respondents to learn exactly what the process they go through to get the data, what records do they use, who do they need to contact within the company, how do they make that contact, what are the major obstacles in completing the report, et cetera. So one of the things we've learned from all of those outreach activities was that data accuracy would be highly dependent on the different parts of the survey being answered by different experts within a single company. So as I mentioned, our survey is very large. We split it into 7 or 8 sections, and some of those sections are not typically easily answered from kind of the typical respondent to an econ non-government survey. So we have, for example, an HR section that has very detailed human resources questions that are really best answered by someone who works in HR at the company. We have an IP protection strategy section that asks things about how many patents do you have? Do you make use of trademarks, copyright, that type of stuff? And we found that section is best answered by someone in the legal department typically. We have an R&D management and strategy section that we really want to go to someone in the R&D group at the company. So in order to get good answers to the questions in those sections, we know that we need them to go to someone else at the company. We need the initial respondent to kind of reach out to someone else at their company to get help. So that's a big ask. The other key takeaway is not really anything groundbreaking, but the survey process is generally more difficult for companies that are very large and have diverse and spread out accounting structures. So you can imagine a company that has 30 different business units, and they don't have all of the data they need to answer the questions in our survey at the headquarters. So they would have to reach out and ask each of their 30 different business units the questions and then consolidate it up for a single report for the company. So now we're going to look at some of the tools we developed to kind of tackle those problems that we identified. The first one I'm going to talk about is these Excel workbooks that we've created. We designed an Excel workbook for each of the 7 or 8 sections of the form, and they really mirror the survey instrument itself, including having the embedded instructions and skip patterns that we have on the survey. And it's intended to look exactly like what's in the online thing, but it's broken down into separate Excel workbooks. So these workbooks can be emailed to individual areas of the company to complete. So we're hoping that the Section 5 workbook for R&D management strategy can get emailed to someone in the R&D group, and so on and so forth. Then when they're sent back to the survey coordinator at the company, they can upload those Excel workbooks directly to our website. I know this is a little small print. All this is a screenshot of our survey help site, the information for respondents page. And it shows in the middle there, it's got ready to report, and it's got a link for the respondent to create their census account, and they can enter their authentication code for the BERD survey. And once they go in there, they can, right underneath that, you see the Excel workbooks on the website. Once they log in and go to the survey, this is the first screen they're taken to. And if they didn't have any Excel workbooks to update, they would go right in and start section 1 and work their way through the survey. But if they had completed workbooks from other people in the company, they could upload them right there at the bottom of the screen. So it's Excel uploads, they click upload files, and then choose the files they want to first receive. So the next tool is a consolidator tool, and it works kind of with the Excel workbooks. Excel workbooks can kind of solve both of the problems I described earlier. So getting the respondent to pass sections of the form off to others within their company, it works for that. It also works for the company that is spread out and has maybe 30 different business units. They can send 30 different Section 2 workbooks to all of their business units and all of the other workbooks, and then get them back, and they can use this consolidator tool rather than having to upload, 120 files. They can use the consolidator tool to combine the 30 Section 2 workbooks, for example, into a single consolidated company report for Section 2. So the consolidator tool just takes multiple versions of a single section workbook and consolidates it into one for them to upload. And this is just a screenshot of the same survey help site. It's just scroll down a little bit. We have the Excel workbooks there that they can download, and then we have the Excel consolidator with a paragraph kind of describing what that's used for, and then the tool there for them to download and use if they want. The next tool I want to talk about, and this one is not unique to our survey, but it is something we try to highlight for our respondents because it can really help with that issue of getting them to pass different parts of the form off to others within their organization. Really, all of the economic surveys here at Census have this feature that are in the enterprise solution for online reporting. It's a delegate survey access or share survey access. And the next page kind of just shows what that looks like. When they're in their Census Bureau account, they can choose under options share survey access and enter an email address of someone within the organization they want to share access with. It allows a place for them to put a note. So they can say something like, please complete the HR section of this survey. And then they can even track it, whether the request was accepted or not. This shows a screenshot of the email that's generated looks like. So hey, someone has requested your assistance completing a survey for your Census Bureau. Use a link for them to log in and receive access to the survey, so they can go in and complete that section and then pass it back. So on closing thoughts, I just wanted to talk for a second about how do we, is it working? Are these tools working? How do we get the respondents to know that the tools are there? Are the respondents actually using the tools? Things like that. So the Excel workbooks and consolidator tool, I showed you how they're right on the survey website there. I didn't mention this earlier, but I meant to. So when we were doing the survey redesign and we started meeting with companies early on, we found that they were doing this themselves. The companies that are asked all of the questions on the form and get that 56-page booklet, they were setting up systems themselves and creating Excel workbook versions of the form themselves to help facilitate the reporting process. So one of the things with that big of a collection that we're always trying to do is help improve response. So we thought this is something we could do for them. And so we created those workbooks. So we have them right there on our website. I also mentioned our account manager process. We definitely try to get the account managers to discuss the tools and the benefits of the tools as they talk with their respondents throughout the course of the year. And then within the online survey instrument, at the beginning of each section, we tell respondents what does this section cover, who should best answer this section, and we also provide links and information about the tools right there. So just a quick screenshot of that. This is at the beginning of section 2. We say who should answer this section, what does this section cover, and then we have a note. Companies with decentralized record keeping may find the use of our workbooks beneficial, and here's a link to those. And then we say, you know, if you would like to delegate access to survey to someone else in the company, here's how to do that. You know, if you read the who should answer this section and what topics are covered, and you're thinking, I don't have access to that information, or I don't feel comfortable answering that, maybe you want to delegate access to someone else, and here's how you do that. So is it working? To give some numbers and metrics, at the end of each section, we have a question that asks who completed this section. So section 1 is like a general company overview section. We ask about mergers, acquisitions, was there ceased operations. In that section, we ask who's the survey coordinator, who's completing this survey for your company. We get their name and contact information. Then at the end of each subsequent section, we ask who completed this section. And the default is whoever completed section 1. We'll pre-populate that. We'll say, was it this person? And they can check that box, or they can say, no, it was someone else, and give us the contact information of whoever completed that section. And so analyzing those questions, we find that 10 to 15% of respondents are passing off the critical sections that we want them to others in the organization. About 500 companies each year upload Excel workbooks to our website for us, and about 2,000 companies in the last survey year made use of the delegate feature. So to keep that in context, that doesn't sound that great. We have a 45,000 company sample, but remember, I think only about 20 to 30,000 in a typical year have any R&D at all. So the rest are skipped completely out of the survey. And even if they have any R&D at all, some of these tools aren't necessarily meant for them. They're really more for the larger and big R&D players. So kind of happy with these numbers. We think they're pretty good, but we're always looking for ways to highlight these tools, better ways to let our respondents know that they're there and how they can be helpful, and always looking for ways to improve the tools that we have and add new tools. That's all that I have.
Thank you, Mike. All right, we are going to move on to Melissa. And just a reminder, you're welcome to put a question for Mike into the chat now that I'll read at the end, or hold on to your question and ask it verbally at the end. So our next presenter is Melissa Sedade. Melissa Sedade is a survey methodologist in the Economic Management Division, and she's very interested in respondent-centered establishment survey design. Melissa will be talking to us about rows and columns and respondents, designing a respond-by-spreadsheet option with respondents for the annual integrated economic survey. You're ready? Go for it, Melissa.
All right, terrific. Thank you so much, Amy. Hi, everyone. I'm Melissa Sedade with the Economic Management Division at the U.S. Census Bureau. And while I'm doing the talking today, this presentation is a joint production with my co-author and colleague, Heidi St. Ange, in the Office of the Associate Director of Economic Programs. Together, Heidi and I have been extensively studying the best ways to bring together several of our long-standing surveys into one integrated annual data collection effort called the Annual Integrated Economic Survey, or AIES. I find that talking about AIES can get really complicated really quickly. So I like to use an archetypical company that we invented to help keep the story straight. So let me start by introducing you to my favorite fictional company. In this case, we're going to start at the beginning. So let's hop in our DeLorean and go back 20 years. The year is 2003. You and your cat have started a small shop in your hometown selling cat toys. You name your shop in honor of your favorite government agency, the Census Cat Company. And you are lucky enough to find yourself in sample for the annual Retail Trade Survey, or ARTS. You diligently completed this mandatory annual data collection effort and satisfied your reporting obligations to the Census Bureau. You then jammed out to Beyonce's first solo album on your iPod while you played The Sims for the next 4 hours. Let's fast forward to 2021. 18 years on, the Census Cat Company is a regional juggernaut spanning 2 states and more than 500 employees. You started by opening up additional pet supply stores, and you continue to be in sample for the annual Retail Trade Survey, and will answer this survey based on those 5 locations and 1 sector, in this case, retail. However, you and your cat noticed that most of your customers were coming in looking for cat food. You decided to start manufacturing your own brand of cat food and have 2 manufacturing plants dedicated to that work. And since what goes in must come out, you also have a manufacturing plant dedicated to the production of cat litter. Because you've expanded into manufacturing, you find yourself eligible for and currently in sample for the annual Survey of Manufacturers, or ASM, and M3 UFO. At the same time, you found that other independent pet supply stores wanted to carry your brand of cat food and litter. You opened up 2 wholesale facilities, one that handles the food and one that handles the litter. These 2 facilities introduce another sector, wholesale, and so you find yourself in sample now for the annual Wholesale Trade Survey, or AUTS. You decide that cat grooming represents a burgeoning market and carve out a little space to start grooming cats. This also introduces another sector, services, and another chance to be in sample for another survey, the Services Annual Survey, or SAS. And finally, because of your luck, you are also in sample for the Annual Capital Expenditure Survey, or ACES, and the Company Organization Survey, or COS, this year. As your firm has grown in complexity, so too has the number of surveys for which you are eligible. And this isn't just theoretical. Firms have been growing in complexity generally, and our sector-driven approach to surveying them is cutting firms into slices that miss the holistic picture of the firm. At the same time, this current system represents duplicative questions and increasing burden as you try to answer 7 individual annual surveys about your one company. For the most part, the Census Bureau has used this sector-driven approach to survey development. However, one of the recommendations we received from a National Academies of Sciences panel is the implementation of a streamlined, cross-sector, harmonized survey instrument designed to lower respondent burden while still achieving high quality and timely data in the service of the American economy. This would provide one survey instrument to collect all of the data usually asked by these annual surveys. That's what makes it the annual or yearly, right? Integrated, that's that combination of annual surveys, economic survey, or AIES. It would be terrific if we could just squish the surveys together and call it a day. Unfortunately, the different surveys use different terminology, they collect data from different levels within the business, and they run on different timelines. This opened up the opportunity for a suite of research in support of the integrated survey. A first step in respondent-centered research in support of the development of the AIES was a series of 29 interviews with medium-sized companies exploring their record-keeping practices. These interviews explored the link between financial records and company organizational and management practices. From these interviews, we have 3 major findings. First, industry classification, that is the North American Industry Classification System, or NAICS, you'll see that later in the presentation as well, is challenging and unnatural for respondents, and some companies can struggle to fit within the NAICS classification system. Second, businesses varied in their operating units, and this impacted the level and detail at which they keep their records, which can negatively or positively impact response. And finally, consolidated financial records are a mainstay for businesses and act as an anchor for the most detailed information that respondents are asked to provide. Following the record-keeping study, we then engaged in an additional 30 in-depth interviews with medium-sized businesses about the accessibility of their data at various levels of the business. This set of interviewing further detailed what data are available at what levels, and what did we find? Respondents still struggle with their NAICS classification, noting that the categories could be too broad or, conversely, not broad enough to accurately describe the company as a whole. We also see that company-level data are most accessible regardless of the size and sector of the business, and that more granular levels of data can be increasingly challenging, with respondents struggling most to report information by industry. At the same time, we asked about the availability of data at the state level, and many respondents noted that to give state-level responses, they would need to pull all the data by establishment or location and sum it up to the state level. In preparation for the integrated survey, staff at the Census Bureau began a program of consolidating contacts across the sector-specific current annual surveys, like the annual retail trade survey and the services annual survey that we talked about earlier, to identify one contact per company. To better understand how contact consolidation might impact the response process, researchers conducted 2 rounds of debriefing interviews. The first was 35 interviews with responding companies, during which Census Bureau researchers asked pointed questions about communication, materials, and challenges. The second round was 19 interviews with non-responding companies to understand where the response process may have broken down. From the respondent debriefing interviews, we have a couple of major findings. We note that many respondents did not receive or do not remember receiving many of the communications that the Census Bureau sent out in support of consolidating contacts. Note that some of this may be related to the COVID-19 global pandemic. Oh yeah, that thing. We also noted that respondents generally evaluated Census Bureau communications positively, but that respondents' experiences with reaching out for support from the Census Bureau can be mixed. Non-respondent debriefings identified barriers to response, including company-related issues like staffing shortages and data being decentralized, surveys that don't reflect current company structure, and communication shortfalls from the Census Bureau. To start to build out the survey flow for AIES, the Census Bureau researchers conducted 39 interviews with companies focused on preliminary mock-ups of survey screens designed to give respondents an overview of each section and the survey at large. Respondents were asked about their preferences for reporting, especially regarding using a spreadsheet or the traditional page-by-page survey response design. Finally, respondents were asked to reflect on the concept of the AIES as a whole, their thoughts about the overall design, and their thoughts on its possible effect on their burden. For this interviewing, we noted that AIES introduces complexities for response, both at the unit of collection, that's the company, establishment, and industry levels, and by the various topics that get mixed into one survey. Again, we see the issue of NAICS classification fitting a business is a space where respondents sometimes struggled. Most respondents indicated wanting to use a downloadable spreadsheet option to gather their data first and then enter it into the survey, and to submit data across all survey sections at one time instead of section by section. Respondents also stressed their reliance on others within the company to complete the survey, and that they were open to using survey previews, like as a PDF or otherwise, to make a plan for data collection or to email to other departments or locations to support response. I want to pause here and draw your attention to the ticker at the top of the screen. With just this formative research, we've conducted 152 interviews across all sizes, industries, geographies, and complexities of businesses. This is an incredible amount of respondent-driven feedback on how to design this survey. Now, let's get back in the DeLorean and go to early 2022 and check in on our Census Cat Company. In 2022, you agreed to be one of the companies that participated in the annual Integrated Economic Survey Pilot Phase 1 program. This survey not only harmonizes content across the survey, it asks questions at 3 distinct levels within the enterprise, mainly the company level, which includes all parts of the business, the establishment level, which represents each discrete location affiliated within the company, and the industry level, which represents groups of establishments that make or do the same kind of economic activity. This would replace your participation in the typical annual surveys that you filled out that we outlined earlier. The AIES pilot phase 1 was the first attempt at bringing together the contents and units from the 7 current annual surveys into one integrated survey instrument. The explicit goal of phase 1 was to see how the envisioned survey instrument might perform in the field. In addition to the online survey, however, we also designed a suite of extracurricular research activities, quantitative and qualitative, to address outstanding research questions. These methods included additional in-depth interviewing, a response analysis survey, and carefully tracking contact with respondents so that all interactions were an opportunity to generate insight into the new survey. Phase 1 is 78 companies from across the economy, ranging in size from as small as 2 establishments to as large as 350. One of the major design decisions we made for this collection was to give respondents the choice to respond by our traditional page-by-page survey or to use an Excel spreadsheet to answer the pilot survey. On screen now is a screenshot for the first page of the survey for the Census Cat Company, outlining this explicit choice between screen by screen or download and upload. From the pilot, we learned a few key findings that further influenced the design of the response spreadsheet. First, we noticed an overwhelming preference for companies to respond by page at the company level and by spreadsheet at the establishment and industry levels. Asked specifically about Respond-by-Spreadsheet, respondents liked it, but the phase 1 instrument sliced companies into manufacturing and non-manufacturing establishment and industry listings. Respondents noted that one streamlined approach that has all the units together might reduce burden. We also heard from respondents that the AIES has duplicative content. We ask the same questions at multiple reporting units, and this adds burden and frustration for respondents. Respondents wanted a way to have the units interact with each other, such that data reported in parts in one place could be automatically summed to the other levels in other places. This could deduplicate some of that content. Even with all that we learned, however, the phase 1 pilot and other respondent-centered research still left questions on the table. For example, again, we learned that the structure of the survey needs to be a little different than what we usually do, but we haven't actually tested that structure. At the same time, we learned new information about a holistic approach to companies, but we've done limited testing of that new approach. That is to say, we've learned a ton in the last year, but there's still important questions to address in the coming year regarding instrument design. Given these lingering questions, we've decided to launch a phase 2 pilot to test out updated design features. The AIES pilot phase 2 launched on February 23, 2023, and included around 800 companies. It features a tailored Respond-by-Spreadsheet only design, which users can download and save on their local drive, complete, and then upload back to the secure portal for the pilot. In addition, we are conducting additional debriefing interviews, a response analysis survey focused on actual and perceived burden, and cataloging feedback from the field as we hear it, just like in phase 1. And as in phase 1, response to the phase 2 pilot will stand in place of response to the current in-scope annual surveys. The phase 2 pilot is due on Friday, so let's get in the DeLorean and catch up with the CCC to see what their spreadsheet looks like. On screen now is what the response spreadsheet looks like for the CCC for the phase 2 pilot. And there are a few spots where we're building off of what we learned in phase 1. Remember that one of the findings from the first phase of the pilot was that respondents wanted a spreadsheet that had all the units together regardless of how they're classified. Here you can see a full listing of all of the CCC's establishments in one place, both manufacturing and non-manufacturing. Remember, another finding from the first pilot was that respondents were frustrated that some content was asked at company, establishment, and some at industry. They wanted to be able to give those data once and let us do whatever manipulations we wanted with those data. Here you can see the split screen design where the industries are listed at the bottom. Note that we're trying to explicitly build the relationship between locations and industry. This allows for capture at the industry or establishment level for most data items. And where possible, we also display previously reported company totals, since we know that companies are using consolidated totals as a way of anchoring their reporting. Finally, we developed a 3 color-coded system to signal response requirements. White indicates that a response is required. This is at the establishment level or at the industry level, depending on the question and the establishment classification. Gray indicates that a question is not applicable. This is also at the establishment level and at the industry level, again, depending on the question and the establishment classification. Finally, yellow indicates optional response. We heard from some businesses that it's simply easier for them to report their data by establishment and let the instrument sum up the totals. So we're indicating to respondents that if they want to report by establishment here, they can, but it's not required at that level. Note that places where the establishment is yellow, the same question is always white at the industry level. In fact, we have 4 research modalities we're using in 2023 to address lingering questions before we roll out the full survey in 2024. The Phase 2 pilot is set to close on Friday, and we'll parse through those findings for additional insights into instrument performance and the response process. We'll also be conducting usability testing on the still under construction online spreadsheet that we'll be using in production. This work will be iterative as the instrument is programmed and ready for testing. Here we're focused on features that could aid response, but also in documentation and help screens that could guide respondents. We're looking at our communications with respondents head to toe. This includes emails, letters, website pages, both in communicating that this change is coming and in effective communication to support response. We're just waiting for clearance, and then we'll get started on those interviews. And finally, we're deploying a large-scale dress rehearsal of the AIES instrument. We've identified roughly 8,000 companies to receive a first prototype of the instrument in place of their current annual surveys. This is scheduled to launch in fall of this year. I wish we could get in the DeLorean and flash forward to see how everything goes, but unfortunately, ours only goes back in time right now. We will use the upcoming research to continue to refine and revisit our annual collection, but what we'll find, only time can tell. This concludes my prepared remarks, and I look forward to any feedback or questions you may have. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much, Melissa. Always entertaining. All right, so now we're going to move on to Rebecca Keegan. She has 10 years of qualitative research experience with the Census Bureau, and she is currently a supervisory survey statistician in the data collection methodology and research branch, where I work as well. Her work primarily focuses on cognitive and usability research with establishment respondents. She holds a master's degree in psychology from the University of North Carolina, Wilmington, and a bachelor's degree in psychology from James Madison University. And she's going to be talking to us about using multiple methodologies to test innovative changes to the commodity flow survey. So,
all right, thank you so much, Amy. And yes, so I work in the Economic Statistical Methods Division, and I'm just going to be talking about how several innovative changes to the commodity flow survey were implemented and how we used respondent feedback to keep respondents at the table as we implemented these changes over time. I have a little preview up. I want to make sure that are you guys just able to see, Amy, can you confirm you're just seeing my screen and not this other window up on my desktop? Okay.
it looks good, Rebecca.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to first open with talking about what the commodity flow survey is. So this is a survey that is administered by the U.S. Census Bureau in collaboration with the Department of Transportation, DOT. It goes out every 5 years. So the last one was in 2022 and the one prior was 2017. So this is a survey that provides data on the movement of goods across the United States by collecting information about commodities and several of their variables like, you know, the value, the weight of the commodity, how did it get there, where was it going? And the way that our agencies use this information is to really get a sense of the demand for transportation, facilities, and services. It's looking at trends across the movement of goods. And also this might inform if more infrastructure is needed in certain areas where there's a lot of flow of commodities going in or out. So, the respondents to the commodity flow survey are answering on a whole multitude of variables, as I mentioned, related to these commodities. So the CFS had not been reimagined in many years. And in fact, over time, we were hearing from respondents what areas of the survey were most difficult for them to complete. So the one aspect, and I'll talk more about this as I go on, but was this manual process of creating a sample of their shipments. So they had to actually go through a listing and select certain ones from the list as opposed to just providing them all. They also had to go through a process of matching the company's commodity description, so a plain English description of, say, cat food, wonder why I'm thinking of that, to the Census Bureau's commodity codes. And they had to go through a process of actually looking up a 5-digit code to match to that cat food description. And finally, there was no method of correcting errors. So respondents were not being notified if they had any significant issues in their data upload. So as we were hearing about all of this, the struggles from respondents, the data scientists were trying to figure out ways that we could address some of these concerns. So for creating a sample of their shipments, we thought maybe we would actually be able to accept all of their shipments for the week. We only ever ask for a week, and basically eliminate the need for them to create a sample in the first place. And then they're also asking, maybe we can create a machine learning tool or some kind of mechanism that would allow the respondent to just provide the plain English description of their commodity without needing to do this additional step of looking up a 5-digit code that's specific to the Census Bureau. And then finally, is there some way that we can, in a simplified manner, allow respondents to actually correct any errors, and furthermore, just be notified of errors that our system is detecting in their data upload? So with all of these major changes, the suggestions then come to our group, and we determine what type of methodologies can we employ to make sure two key things. Basically, is the innovation actually going to reduce burden for respondents or otherwise be beneficial to them? Or is it just something that we're thinking is going to work for them and not actually? And then the second aspect that we want to keep in mind is, are the changes and these innovations actually being communicated in a clear and usable way? So over time, what we had were like 3 main pieces of research leading up to a pilot test where they collected real data. And so we did exploratory work with respondents just to put the feelers out. Does these type of innovations sound like something that would actually be beneficial to you? Then we did usability testing, which is we had some wireframes and had kind of built out some wireframes to just get a sense of the actual interaction with the instrument, the design of the instrument. And then we concluded after the pilot test with debriefing interviews to again do a confirmatory round and check in with the people who had provided data to the pilot to see how it worked for them. Then, so now we're kind of coming up on more recent years, and the specs for the actual production instrument for 2022 were coming out. So our team did an expert review of those specs. We then conducted cognitive testing once the instrument kind of, we had a good sense of what it was going to look like, and we did kind of a full run through with respondents to check that these new innovations would work for them. And then after production, which as I mentioned happened in 2022, we did another round of debriefing interviews with the respondents. So I don't have an image of the DeLorean here, but here's a full view of the timeline, what we did in support of the pilot test, and then what we did in support of mail out, which was just last year. So now I'm just going to dig in a little deeper about what were these 3 innovations and how did they actually work for respondents? What did we hear from respondents through these various methodologies we used to test them? So in 2017, back in the day, the respondents were asked to take a sample of their shipments. So if you were going to provide me, if you had a list of 50 commodities that you sent out in a given week, we would say, you don't need to give us all 50, go ahead and take every other one. So the idea was that this was going to reduce burden. Because especially when, the CFS was beginning, people were using paper records, or they would have to, they would have to go into their filing cabinet and they would pull out every other one and type in that information. But as the record keeping was becoming more automated and these companies were developing really sound ways of pulling their data easily, that sampling actually became an additional burdensome step and was often just creating more manual work. So the respondents wanted to just give all of their data. So that's what happened. So for the current CFS reporting, the sampling became optional. Respondents now have the option to upload all of their shipment records for the week instead of a sample. And they're actually presented with 3 choices. So they have the choice is still there for them to do a sample if they would like. They can provide all of their shipments for the week. Or if you have only a very small amount of commodities, you might want to do what we call like that page by page, entering in kind of manually. And some people do still choose to do that. So what did the respondents say? When we went out to ask them about this, and what we found after they had already gone through the process was they were really enthusiastic about this change. The testing revealed what type of establishment too would most likely benefit from the change. And it turns out it's not for everybody. And that's part of the reason too we wanted to maintain the sampling option and maintain the page by page option. So generally it was these larger companies with well-organized record systems who were most likely to find the new option a good option for them. And then it's the smaller companies who might still be dealing with paper, or they just have, we often hear antiquated record systems where it's hard to pull large numbers down into a query. They might still opt to take a sample. So it might be a little hard to see here, but I also want to say that with our respondent feedback and in our respondent research, we were really wanting to focus on how to clearly communicate with them this new option that had never been seen before, and make it clear that they could still, go with these other paths if they wanted to. So here are some of these 2 key things that came out of our research. One is that we made an explicit recommendation for them based on the number of outbound shipments they had in the week. So you can see I have highlighted up at the top, because your total number of outbound shipments was 100, the spreadsheet option is recommended. And this was a really well-liked thing. It kind of took some of the cognitive burden off of them to just give them an option that we, based on just a certain number of variables they had already provided to us at this point, give them a straightforward recommendation. The second thing is, before they make this choice, we wanted to give them an option to read the full list of what the survey questions would be. And what I'm referring to as, if they click into this PDF, they can see you're going to be asked for the value, the weight, the mode of transportation, etc. And the reason we wanted to do it here is because once they pick a path, it's pretty difficult to go back. You're going to lose your data. So it's a semi-permanent choice once you've made your path decision. Now, the second innovative change I want to discuss is the machine learning tool that we implemented. So in 2017, one of the shipping related items they were asked to provide was what was called the Standard Classification of Transported Goods codes. It was this 5-digit code. And, it was really this additional step for them because they were already providing a plain English description. So you can see this is a real example from the back in 2017's kind of template, what they would write in. And we say, okay, so you're giving us sulfuric acid. Now you need to go into this booklet and manually look up a Census Bureau specific code. So this was almost always, as I'm saying, a manual process and pretty burdensome for people. So data scientists in the commodity flow branch worked on building out a tool that would just allow respondents to completely forgo that SCTG code step and instead just provide the written description and plain English description that they were already providing in the first place. So now, currently, in fact, some people won't even see this machine learning tool if the confidence that what you've provided is high enough. So they're only going to interact with this machine learning tool if the system is not really understanding the text description that they've provided. It's going to give you its best guess as to the appropriate text description, and then it just applies the code, a CTG code on the back end. So what did respondents think about this? So also, I'll note, when we asked them about the SCTG code, they had no idea what we were talking about because we had already eliminated it. And then they say, oh, I remember having to look that up. So it really became clear in the early stages of testing that this would be a really desirable change for the respondents. They already, as I'm saying, maintained and provide a text description that's standard practice for companies of their products. So that was already an easy thing to provide to us. But the research really revealed what sorts of commodities the program might struggle with that were maybe not written in plain English. So that might create like a little extra step for them to say if it's like a chemical compound that's very company specific, or we've talked to some companies who actually have these SKU codes or other types of internal codes embedded into the description. And then actually on the flip side, sometimes commodities are too broad. So if you type in something like coffee or food, it might trigger the machine learning because it needs you to be a little bit more specific. So in terms of our research with respondents, we were really looking at the usability of the tool as this was completely brand new. What necessary help or assistance can we employ on that modal window for them to take a look at when they're providing when they're making a selection of the machine learning tool's best guess. And actually one of the things we did was maintain a link back to that SCTG codebook. If they were used to providing that, the machine learning tool will accept the 5-digit SCTG code as an answer. And one of the last changes I want to discuss is the mechanism that they employ to fix errors. So as I said, in 2017, it didn't exist. There was no way for respondents to be notified whether or not their data was acceptable. The system would just accept it as it was written, I think, unless maybe there were really obvious formatting issues or you try uploading a certain file type that didn't fit with the system. But now, after you've uploaded your data, the system is going to kind of neatly consolidate on a dashboard all of your errors in a listing. And you're able to go through and click a fix button that pulls up again a modal window, sort of similar to the machine learning modal window, and allow you to fix errors right within the instrument with just one click. And then if there are identical errors, the system will allow you to fix them all with that one click. So it became really clear when we were discussing with respondents a tool like this. They were concerned, say, if they typed in, IX instead of IL as an abbreviation for Illinois, that would I need to click through hundreds of rows of the same error? And so the team created a button to address that. And here's a screenshot down here, and you can see that if the type of thing is blank, for example, and it's blank all the way through in the same column, they can write something in and check this box to fix all identical instances of that same issue. They also wanted respondents signal to us that because it's in a modal window, you're not quite able to see very clearly how many more errors you have left. And so to really eliminate any confusion there, we have a very clear count for you. This is just a one of one example, but you would be able to tell if, say, there were 50 errors, they can go back and just do a re-upload and choose not to do it within the instrument. But people tend to say if there's only a handful of issues, they'll just choose to do the error fix right within the instrument. So all in all, with all that being said about these various methodologies we've employed, we did 84 interviews, and this was over several years to keep respondents at the table and helping their feedback really inform the decisions about how to refine and even just birth these new innovations for the commodity flow survey. So I want to just conclude with saying that because of this, the successful implementation of these changes, last year in 2022, the CFS, and actually since this, I wrote up this PowerPoint, they did collect 100 million shipments. That is compared to just 6 million in 2017. And I think that's pretty incredible. If you have any further questions for me, this is my email, and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. Just a reminder, you're welcome to still put questions into the chat. We have quite a few in there. I'm keeping record of those. So now we're going to move on to our final presentation this afternoon session from Erin Hernandez, who's also on the staff I work on. Erin is a survey methodologist with the U.S. Census Bureau's Data Collection Methodology and Research Branch. She has a master's in applied psychology from Lamar University. While at the Census Bureau, she's done pre-testing work on many establishment surveys, including extensive work in the economic census. So today, Erin's going to be talking about a respondent-driven web portal for establishment surveys. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd also like to thank my co-author, Jason Bauer. All right. So this respondent portal, the development for it, to give you some background, started back in 2016. And originally, the impetus for creating this portal was to provide our business respondents with a hub for multiple surveys, because as you've seen in these previous presentations, a lot of our establishments tend to be in multiple surveys. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what that process was like for them in the past and what it is like now with the portal. So we wanted to create a hub for people who were in multiple surveys. We wanted to give them more self-service options so that they weren't having to call us up for things as often. And also this would create enhanced security for our respondents and their data. And this was launched in 2017, after it was developed throughout 2016, and it started with our refile survey, shortly followed by the report of organization and the annual survey of manufacturers, which you'll see as COS-ASM a lot throughout this presentation. And then over time, our other establishment surveys have been migrated to the portal. So let's take a look at how things used to be. So this was the old process. So if a respondent was in multiple surveys, they would receive a letter for each survey that they needed to complete. And that letter would contain a survey URL that was unique for each survey, a user ID, again, unique for each survey, and a password unique for each survey. So now our respondents are having to keep track of, in this case, 4 different URLs, 4 different user IDs, and 4 different passwords that they use on 4 different websites. And this is what we are moving to, or what we have moved to. So we still have those 4 letters. They still get the letter. But now it's just one URL. They just go to the portal. And the only thing that they need from the letter really is a authentication code, which I'll discuss more in a bit. So they have the 4 letters, they take their codes and they put them all into the same website where they have created their own account, and they only have to maintain really just a password because they use their email address as their user ID. So this portal was created after years of feedback from various past research with respondents. We did 2 rounds of usability testing when the portal was being developed. We observed respondents performing key tasks in the survey response process to make sure that, it was user-friendly and that people could navigate it easily. We also did respondent debriefings. So after our surveys that first went out, so that ASM-COS, after that went out for the first time in the portal, we did respondent debriefings to get feedback about the portal to make sure it was working as intended. We've also done some paradata analysis, and then we've also looked at call reasons. So this is when a respondent actually calls the Census Bureau, for help or with a complaint or something of that nature, and looking at the reasons that people call to determine, if any tweaks need to be made to the portal. So here is what the respondent experience looks like now, starting with their letter. So this is a very portion of a very typical letter that a respondent might receive, in this case, the annual retail trade survey. And if you'll notice, they have a 12-digit authentication code and 3 steps on how to use that code. They register or sign in at the portal, they add the code, and then they can click report now and start their survey. So let's look at that account creation process for a first-time respondent. So it's actually pretty straightforward and very standard for an account creation process. And that was the feedback we got when we did usability testing. The respondent only needs to provide their name, email, and phone number. They create 5 security questions, which were later removed, and I will discuss that more at length in a moment. They create a password, and then they answer a CAPTCHA, the prove you're not a robot step. And this is what the landing screen of the respondent portal looks like. So you have 2 main options here. You can sign in if you already have an account and you just need to add another code, or you can register. And I also want to note that one of the other things that we have added in the past few years are help videos. And as you can see, we have a help video link directly above that registration button in case people need help. It's right there for them. It just opens up a pop-up screen on top of the welcome screen, so it doesn't take them to another window or tab. And I also wanted to point out that when I put this presentation together pretty recently, this video had been renewed like 5 months ago, and it already has 24,000 views. So that's 24,000 people who may have potentially needed to call us or who may have given up. So having this has been very helpful to help people sign up for their account. So here is what respondents see. They have to put in their information. So just first name, last name, email, and phone number, very basic. They create a password. And then they have to do their security check and to prove that they're not a robot. But what about those security questions? So initially, we were required to have these security questions for security purposes, but we did get a lot of negative feedback in the initial testing in that the first 2 rounds of usability testing and in the first respondent debriefings. We were getting a lot of pushback. 5 questions was too many to a lot of respondents, and they also didn't like the types of questions that they had to answer. If I recall, I think one of them was something like, name the first movie that made you cry. So they were a little bit strange, and it was a lot for respondents to keep track of. So over the next year or so that it was in place, and after it, we had the 2017 economic census in the portal, we looked at the paradata and at the call reasons, and we found that respondents were not using these security questions to reset their passwords. Instead of trying to remember all of these answers and questions, they would just call us and ask us to reset their password. So after we found that out and we had all of this data to justify it, we did get permission to remove these security questions, and it's much easier for a respondent to reset their own password without having to call us. So now that you have put in all of your information, you have to verify your email. So respondents have to verify their email before they log in for the first time. And when the portal was initially created, Paradata analysis showed that over 90% of respondents were able to successfully verify their emails, which is already great. But of course, that could be better. So a tweak was made that if a respondent had not verified their email within 72 hours, they would get a new email sent to them, and it would be at a different time of day to hopefully catch their attention. And now verification is up over 99%. So here is what our dashboard looks like now that we've logged in for the very first time. And while there are a lot of features here, the main one and the one that stood out to our respondents in testing is this Add Authentication Code button. So once you click that, you can enter your 12-digit code, and now you've added your survey. And we have a note here about one of our most important features, one that Michael pointed out earlier, the Share Survey Access option, which we will take a closer look at in a moment. So now we have our dashboard and we have our first survey card, and it happens to be for an overdue survey, which the portal very helpfully points out. So this is our survey card. Every authentication code you add will give you a new card for your next survey. So if you're in multiple surveys, you just get multiple cards. We also, off on the right side, have what we call a content canister, which I will describe in more detail in a moment. Again, we have this alert letting us know that one of our surveys is overdue. And this Add Authentication Code button has permanently moved itself to the top right hand side of our screen. That way it's always there at the top whenever somebody needs to add another code. So let's take a closer look at this survey card. It has a lot of information on it. So on the top half of the card, we have the survey name, the status, in this case, incomplete and overdue, and then a due date, a link to export the due date to a calendar of your choice. It gives you options for multiple different types of calendars, the company name that you need to complete the survey for, and then the company ID number, which is more of an internal number for us. And most importantly, we have our Report Now button. So at this point, a respondent can just click on that Report Now button, and it will take them directly into the survey instrument. But before that, let's take a look at some of these options. So when a respondent adds a code, the survey card automatically has the options tray open so that they can see everything that they can do for this survey. Starting with, and what's most important for a lot of our respondents, is asking for an extension. So they can do that on their own. They no longer need to call us and ask for an extension. They can just put in a new extended date and the system will accept that if it is an acceptable date. They can't push it off too far. And then we have the delegation option. So Mike already talked about this a little bit, but I want to talk about it in a little more depth. So if you notice on the survey card, it's called Share Survey Access. When we originally did our testing, it was actually called delegation, but that term was not super obvious to some of our respondents, so we tried to make it a little bit more explicit. This is how you share access to this survey. So when they click that, they get this pop-up screen. It tells them, what the other person is going to be able to do once they share the survey with them. Then all they have to do is enter an email address of the person they want to share it with. They can add some notes, and then they submit a request. So in this case, please complete the payroll section. And then once you submit, you get a confirmation. And at the bottom of this table, you have a table that lists everyone that you've shared the survey with, and it lets you also revoke their access as well. And for the person that the survey was shared with, they get an email sent directly to the email address that was entered, and it gives them a link to register or log into their portal account. So you can create a new account, and as long as you use the link that was provided to you in this email, the survey will automatically be populated on their dashboard. You can also look at their filing status, and that gives them a table for all of the companies that they have to report for, and will let them know if we've received their survey. And they can request help. So we have a secure messaging center so that respondents can ask questions to the survey staff. It's also secure in that they're actually able to share data with us through this messaging system, and it is secure, more secure than, say, email. So this is what it looks like when we have 2 surveys on. Again, you just get a new card for every survey that you add. And also, if you notice, the options are now closed, so you can actually close the options tray to get a little bit more space so that the screen isn't quite as cluttered if you don't need the options open. And I'm also going to talk a little bit more about this content canister here that this arrow is pointing to. So for the content canister, these automatically appear after a respondent uses an authentication code. And the way that we kind of think of it is, if there's one thing that you need to tell the respondents about this survey, what is it? This is your chance. It's like it almost looks like a little ad that you would see on the side of a website, but it actually is helpful instead of trying to sell you something. So in this case, the first example I have here, what to do if you receive multiple surveys, how to use that delegation feature, and where to find more information about the survey. And in the second example, we have some very specific examples of questions that respondents often have, like what to do if they don't offer health insurance for this health insurance survey. And these can be dynamic throughout the reporting period. So if it's something that we can track within the portal, we can design a canister for it and have it appear at the appropriate time. Another feature are welcome and thank you emails. So when a respondent uses their authentication code, not only do they get their survey card and the content canister, they're also automatically sent a welcome email to their email address. And this gives them more information on how to complete our surveys. So resources, FAQs, PDFs, just links that respondents may find useful in completing the survey. And then once they have submitted the survey, the portal also sends them a thank you email, again, because it's just nice to thank our respondents for giving us all of their data. And it also gives them additional confirmation that they did submit their survey, and it promotes our data products. And that's something that we can monitor. We can monitor the open rates and the click rates on those. And this is something like new that we've added in pretty recently. So overall, the respondent portal has already been improved multiple times over the 6+ years that it's been in use, and we continue to monitor it. Like I said, we're looking at the emails and how to improve those welcome and thank you emails. So those are the sorts of things we're going to be looking at in the future. And we continue to look at respondent needs and feedback, and we will continue to update the portal to serve our respondents the best way that we can. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Erin. And so now I'd like to invite all of the speakers to turn their cameras back on for some questions from the audience. So I've gotten quite a few questions in the chat that I'm going to go through with everyone. And then if you would like to ask a question, feel free to raise your hand. Hopefully you can see the hand raise button there. And once I get through all the questions in the chat, I will call out your name to ask your question to any of our presenters. So, all right, so let me go through what we got. So our very first question was from Rebecca Marson at BLS. This is for Mike. Have you noticed any patterns in use of the Excel workbooks and or delegate feature over time? Are more companies using them now versus a few years ago? And Steve is also on the phone from Mike's staff to help Mike answer any technical questions.
I think
I'll take that one.
Delegate feature is fairly new for us. The numbers I gave are for the only year that I have, and Erin might even be able to speak to that kind of more broadly to other econ surveys if those numbers have gone up over the years. But for the Excel workbooks, Stephen, I think the use has gone up a little bit over the years.
Yes, it has, especially since we started going to solely online reporting. Yes.
Okay, so I have another question for you, Mike and Steve. This is from Deanna. Do you have, well, she has a two-part question, so I'll ask the first one. Do you have issues where the respondents edit the structure of the Excel file, and how do you handle that?
Stephen?
Yes. When we first started out, that was an issue. We originally had the Excel workbooks just protected, and obviously anybody savvy with Excel would be able to unprotect it. We eventually moved to password protecting it. So only the answer fields themselves are able to be editable or answerable. So.
Okay, and then the next part of that question is, I assume that all the fields of the Excel files are optional, but are there fields that are really required? The respondent leaves those fields blank. Do you have a data retrieval process, and how does that work for you?
They are optional. There's nothing stopping our respondent from just breezing through the workbooks. However, we do have what we, I guess, termed as soft edit messages that show up with each question should a balance not equate, like the totals don't match whatever they have in the details. And we have similar things in our actual online reporting system. If there is any issues when they finally do submit their data, the assigned account manager will usually call them up and figure out whatever was missing or stuff like that.
Okay. All right. So I have a two-part question from Rebecca Morrison for Rebecca Keegan. So one, if the respondents upload all of their shipment records, does the Census Bureau use all of them or just sample from them?
That's a good question. So I'm not in the data analysis side, but from my understanding is that they will use all of the data that they get. And then for the second part of your question about bias is a good one. They're wrapping up data collection now. So I think this is something that they're aware of and are just going to be investigating what to do. The analysis of this data is going to be going on for quite a while. If you meant of respondent feedback from our side, like the feedback we get from the methodologies, I think over the course of our time doing the research, we had a lot of different types of companies' feedback that we were getting. So we were able to represent a broad range in that sense. But for the data side, I think they don't necessarily know right now what they're going to do with all of the data. I hope that helps.
Okay, so we'll move on to a question from Carl Ramirez, and this is for Mike and Melissa. Both of your programs involve significant interaction with facilitators or contacts. Examples like going through account managers or otherwise instructing them on how to use consolidated spreadsheets or tools. Consolidator tools or spreadsheets. So if your contacts change, how much work is it for you to get new reporters up to speed? Any thoughts on that from either Steve or Mike or Aaron or Melissa or all of your instruments use a lot of.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Steve. No, go ahead.
No, well, not a whole lot of instructions. The workbooks themselves closely mirror our PDF form, so the instructions are pretty self-explanatory with the questions and the instructions on what to follow and what to answer. The same with our consolidator. The first worksheet that they see is an instruction page, so everything's pretty straightforward. Yeah.
Boy, I wish I had that same answer, but unfortunately, the AIES is the bringing together of these legacy surveys, right, that have existed. You know, some of these surveys have been around for a generation or longer. And so we have sort of the dual problem here, not only of internal churn within our companies, which we know happens, right? We know that accountants move on or people retire or firms close or what have you, but we also have this issue of because the surveys are traditionally sector driven, the respondents are traditionally sector driven, such that you may have one company where manufacturing data are handled by one respondent and services data are handled by another respondent. And those two respondents independently completed the legacy surveys. So now that we're integrating them, which respondent is the respondent? that's one of the major questions we have on the table right now, right? Is when we have this integrated survey that brings all of them together, how do you determine, you know, which is the one that you're going to elevate as the primary contact? And then how do you socialize that contact to this new data collection effort, which looks at the entire company, which may involve more delegation and more coordination on their end, and there's still that internal churn happening within the company. So we're dedicating a lot of time and resources in the next 6 months to the development of support documentation for this new survey, right? We've been using sort of the mantra intuitive with support. The idea there is that the layout is supposed to kind of just make intuitive good sense. It's supposed to be a good design, but we also know that we're going to need some help screens, some Q by Qs, some walkthroughs, all of the various response support materials that go along with any large scale data collection effort. So we're definitely keeping a close eye on that with the AIES.
Okay. All right, so we're going to move on to another question for Mike and Melissa from Erin Hutchinson. So Erin says she noticed that both presentations recommended using Excel spreadsheets to collect responses. How did using Excel spreadsheets affect data quality? For example, were there instances of respondents uploading data into the wrong columns or entering responses into the cells that did not fit into any predetermined response options? Fun with Excel spreadsheets. Any thoughts?
With our survey, not a whole lot of difference. With our Excel workbooks, again, like I said, they closely mirror our PDF response, so there isn't any erroneous cells or outside the assigned questions where they can answer a question with the value. So there isn't really any difference than what they would be reporting at in the system itself.
Yeah. Yeah, so I've had the luxury of piloting, right? So all of my work right now has just been research oriented, not production oriented. And so when we went out into the field with this pilot, we locked, but we didn't password protect the spreadsheets. And so, yes, we are seeing all kinds of fascinating respondent behavior with these spreadsheets, where we're seeing respondents move, rename columns, delete rows, decide, I can't provide at this level or this level, so I'm just going to give you one big total, all kinds of crazy notes. I mean, we really are, it is almost like, because of the nature of this project, where we don't have any of our traditional guardrails in place, like that spot missing data or spot out of scope data or whatever. This really is just kind of the Wild West. We're throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. And what we're getting back is almost like the respondent scratch pad, right? We can kind of see where they're going in and moving things around or noting things that don't make sense. And that has actually provided a wealth of data. Now, because it's a small scale, we have the luxury then of going through these respondents and kind of picking out the information we need or doing targeted follow-up on what did you mean by whatever. We can't do that in large scale collections. That's why we have those guardrails in place. But for this pilot, sure thing, we've seen all kinds of really interesting interaction and respondent behavior with our spreadsheets. Yeah.
Okay, so we have a couple questions for Erin. And so from Sarah Grady, she wants to know, what software was the hub created? Are you aware?
I'm actually not sure. I know that we use Pega for the back end of the portal, but I don't know if it was built using a specific software platform.
And also from Deanna, how does the secure messaging system, sorry, that was cut off there. Can you tell us a little more how the secure messaging system works for respondents? And she also was curious about the software, which you just answered.
So when respondents click that send a message option, they are taken to a separate screen that's still within the portal. And it's basically like a form they fill out. They choose the survey that they need help with from their list of surveys. They can give it a subject line and write their message of what help they need. They send that within the portal, and the on the back end, an analyst or a clerk can respond to their message, and it's all within the portal. So they have like an inbox within the portal, and they can manage their messages within the portal. But the portal will automatically send them an email to their actual email address saying, hey, you have a message in the secure messaging center, please log in to take a look at it. So it's all handled within the actual portal. And the only thing that goes outside of the portal is just a notification letting them know that they have a message. So hopefully that answers your question.
So we still have 5 minutes. Does anybody have a question, want to raise their hand or put another question in the chat, whatever you're comfortable with? While you guys are thinking, and I'm kind of keeping an eye out to see if I see any hands raised, maybe I can ask Mike, when you do kind of your debriefings with respondents after they kind of reply, I know, are you targeting them for anything specific? Are you looking at any specific types of companies or R&D activities, or are you looking at any of the response data and kind of going back to any that show something interesting? Just curious.
No, good question. We usually have a topic that we're interested in. It may be an industry that we think we might not be getting good quality data from, or just a particular topic of interest that we want to investigate that year. And so we'll target for that. But then when we do, we also try to make sure that, you know, we always want to talk to the large R&D companies because they really do drive our estimates, but we also want to hear from the medium and smaller companies too, to make sure, because when we do them, we really walk through the entire survey form and we're like, well, you know, how do you interpret this question, and what is your process for answering this question? So we want to make sure that we're kind of suiting the needs of all of our respondents, not just the large R&D ones. But yeah, in a given year, we'll usually have a topic of interest that we're trying to shoot for. And then once we find a location of a few companies to visit, if we need a few more companies to round out the visit, we might just pick not random, but might just pick whatever company in that area, honestly, that's willing to sit down with us. But yeah.
Were you able to do anything during the COVID years, like virtually? Did you have like any phone interviews or anything like that?
We haven't. I know that the phone was an option, but for the way we do them, I just don't feel like it works as well as sitting in a room with the people that are actually completing it. There's so much you miss with just the teleconference. I didn't think it would really get us this much bang for our buck. So
are you working on trying to get out in person after the upcoming cycle?
Yes, we received kind of tentative approval to go out this year, and we plan to do that in the fall. So yeah, it'll be great. I'm excited.
So we have another question from Deanna. Has it been an issue that respondents fill out the PDF preview instead of the Excel spreadsheet or survey instrument?
Is that a question for us or for Melissa?
I guess it could be for anybody, because I know CFS has some interesting Excel spreadsheet stuff, and you guys.
So we were, because we're a sponsored survey, we were one of the last holdouts that actually allowed paper form response. But so just recently, I think it was 2 years ago, we went to electronic only. And I think that first year, maybe we still had some companies trying to send us a PDF from the website through mail, but it hasn't been a lot.
I can say for CFS, the PDF preview is just it's just a box showing the variables you're going to be answering for, so it doesn't mimic the survey. I've seen that before, and I know that that's been an issue, and we have this big bold text at the top that's like, this is not the survey, do not fill this in. I don't know how effective that is, but for CFS, it's not the case, because it's not even, it doesn't look anything like a survey. There's nothing to fill out. It's just warning you what's coming.
I'll say for the first phase of the pilot, we had a PDF preview that almost was based on the survey. So it was an export of the survey, right, as a way of showing respondents what they were going to be asked. There wasn't a way to capture, and I didn't have anybody submit their PDF preview as their data, but I did have respondents share their PDF preview like during debriefing interviews and say like, oh yeah, you know, I circled this piece and I sent it to this person, or I put a line through this piece because I knew I didn't need to do it. So again, like just kind of getting to watch their response process and the kind of the scratch pads that they use to get us their data was incredibly fascinating.
Well, thank you all so much. We are out of time. So thank you to all of our great presenters, and thank you for putting up with me for putting together this session. and supporting that. And thank you to our audience and all those that ask questions. So enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Amy.
Good afternoon. My name is Fane Lineback, and I'm the moderator for this session. It's called Data Science Applications Automation. Thanks for joining. Just a few items before we get started. At this time, all attendees are in a listen-only mode. Attendees can submit written questions using the chat feature, which is at the bottom center or the right side of your WebEx screen. Take a minute to locate that now. After all presentations, we'll have time for questions and answers. And you can submit questions either via chat to everyone or raise your hand to ask questions. And I'll call on you and you'll be unmuted. The last thing at this time, all attendees are in listen-only mode. The session is being recorded and will be posted publicly. So if you have any objections to this, you may disconnect at this time. All right, so I think we're ready to get started. Let me just quickly introduce the first speaker. Her name is Kate Burdikin. She works as the informatics lead on many public health research initiatives and leads automated application review work with federal clients. She works alongside Anna Godwin, who wasn't able to make it, who's also a data scientist who worked on this project. She leverages software data collection tools mixed with data science methods to automate processes and deliver reliable solutions. Kate has an MP, Master's of Public Health in Epidemiology and Biostatistics from USC Keck School of Medicine.
Great, thanks so much, Fane. And can you hear me?
Yep, you sound good.
Awesome, great. Hi, everyone. I'm excited to be here today. As Fane said, my name is Kate Burdikin, and I'm here to present on a use case involving programmatic PDF extraction that we use with more than one NIH client. This work helps to improve the efficiency in managing a portfolio of applications for very specific federal funding opportunities. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a future slide. As Fane said, my co-author, Anna Godwin, is unable to join us today, but she's a major contributor. So I wanted to make sure to give her a shout out. So the problem that we're dealing with here is really that we want to be able to support NIH to make efficient decisions related to mapping out the roadmap for their scientific portfolio. Ultimately, the funding decisions get to guide, where that money is going and how it's being spent. And there's this critical phase where these program officers have to very quickly and efficiently get information to manage this whole process. And of course, they are always going to be the decision makers. Our role here is just to support the process and make it more efficient. So reviewing these applications for scientific merit, might sound easy when the volume is small, but it can get a bit unwieldy as the sample size gets larger. There is a system that is used called Assist in most funding opportunities for federal grants. But in the next slide, I'm going to show kind of a snapshot of the different types of funding mechanisms that you might be familiar with already. But in certain cases, the system, it's difficult for it to be optimized for every single use case. So there are two specific funding opportunities where we have played a role to make it more efficient, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. So as promised, here's that table of the different types of funding announcements that are coming through NIH. Here at the top, you can see probably what people are most familiar with, which is the parent announcements. Those you might hear people saying R01s or R21s and different activity codes. And the Assist system, I think, is very optimized for that type, as well as some other of these larger announcement types. The two highlighted on the screen, the ROA, the Research Opportunity Announcement, as well as the NOSI, or Notice of Special Interest. Those two are the funding mechanisms that I want to highlight in this use case, and I'll mostly be focusing on NOSI. So if you hear NOSI, I mean Notice of Special Interest. And these are very specific, where you have to have a parent grant already. But they will put out NIH will put out announcements for very specific topic areas that they would like to offer additional financial support. So for example, let's say they wanted to provide existing parent awards with additional funding to make the database that they're managing more aligned with FAIR principles, for example, or make the data more interoperable with other systems. That would be a NOSI, and that's a very specific use case where the assist system isn't really, again, designed or optimized for this type of award. And you can learn more about these other grant types at the link on the screen, but just to give you a sense of sort of the complex ecosystem we're working within. So what is the problem here, and what are we trying to solve, and what are we making more efficient? So in these cases, for some of these funding opportunities where assist provides some of the information that they need, it leaves the institutes with guidance, but not necessarily a robust tool or an efficient and standardized process where they have to use their own devices to accomplish some of these tasks. So our main purpose is to distill scientific purpose of these applications quickly. What's interesting about these NOSI applications is often we have to target within the application the actual add-on funding content. Otherwise, you would get a lot of information about the apparent grant. That's not really relevant for this targeted NOSI application announcement. So that can make it a little tricky that we'll walk through here shortly. The main sources of data in this process are these PDFs of the application that come out of the assist system, as well as an output from assist. But again, sometimes the assist output is more geared towards that parent award. So that's why it was so important for us to go through some of that jargony aspect of what ecosystem we're working within. And oftentimes, I think based on the timeline, based on the skill set of the staff, based on the volume, many times the programs will default to using human eyes to do all of the work, which I don't think I have to say to this group, that can be a very, very painful process. And that's where we come in. So this slide is just meant to reiterate again the human eye approach and how although this picture makes it look a little more joyful, what we're aiming to do here is to help make some of this a little bit more efficient. There will always be human eyes involved, and we'll reiterate that throughout, but we really want to make it easier to pull out metadata to make this a little bit more efficient and easier. So drilling into this in a little bit more detail, what this means for us is that we need to extract information out of the PDFs, focus on specific areas, and we also need to be dynamic in this process because each NOSI might have a different relevant area of interest. Again, sort of sticking with this database improvement NOSI example, the data type might be extremely relevant, or the data type that they're storing might be extremely relevant to know for that NOSI, but a different NOSI with more administrative relevance might not care about that information at all. So we have to be dynamic in that process as well. Really what this looks like from end-to-end process is the NOSIs have to identify subject matter experts, which usually there are existing working groups and subject matter experts that they can lean on. And those serve as the human eyes that will always be part of the process, where they get divided up into a consumable chunk and they read the reviews and they provide scores and comments and feedback. But it would be a lot to ask them to also pull out and extract metadata while they're doing those reads, especially because most of the reviewers are the folks that are very busy and actively engaged in the scientific community. So unfortunately, we cannot get them to data enter any of this. Those reviewers, you can see up here, they have the application process that they work through. And then finally, that information, along with information that can be extracted from the PDFs, are inputs that NIH can use to ultimately make a decision. So that's what we're really going to be focusing on here, is that final funding decision-making step that we are there to support, but they are ultimately making all of the decisions. So to support those 3 different phases of the process, it's really these 4 different topic areas. One critical part of it is that we have to pull out the key personnel tables from basically who is applying and what institutions are they from, to help support a process where the reviewers don't have a conflict or can review this information before they begin the review, it's really important that these reviews are unbiased. And this is a quick way for us to provide some information to avoid conflict of interest in the process. We also, for these NOCs, sometimes these applications are hundreds of pages long. And what we can do is reduce and pull out subsets of that application to make it more like a 2 to 5 page document that really hones in on the key areas, so that if a human does need to go back in and review those key areas, it's a more manageable process. We also, a critical part is we want to try to get the scientific area of interest, or try to get an understanding of the content of the applications, and we're calling that our keyword search, where we can flag specific keywords that we work with subject matter experts to pull out, which kind of gives us an indication of the content and the focus. And then we also do some interesting adaptive extractions based on the NOC's focus area. So for example, in this example we've been using, we've done things like we take the 5 words that precedes anytime you see the word data set. And so you might get a little sentence that precedes data set to get a sense of the type of data that they're working with. Again, trying to really continue to move the needle to hone in on what kinds of information they might be interested in. And so that is an overview of the 4 different types of information that we pull out, drilling in a little bit more. So now to walk through this a little bit, here you can see a sample application that's available online on the NIAID website. This is just meant, we're going to work through this sample application as if it was one we were working with to give you a sense of what it looks like as we work through this process. So first you can see this one is 81 pages. They do tend to be not light reading. And as the team figured out different approaches to this, there were multiple different approaches that we could have used from a technical perspective. Initially, I think we had assumed we might be using some NLP approaches to do more general topic area targeting, but we did realize in this process that these formats were relatively the same because they were coming out of the ASSIST system. And so we'll get into a little bit of the different Python libraries that were used, but I just wanted to make a note that we did end up being able to rely on the format of these PDFs to pull out some of this information. So can you imagine already if someone with human eyes had to control find the different parts of this and paste it into an Excel file? Because I certainly have heard of people that had to do it that way. So already I get excited when we can solve problems that make people's lives a little more challenging. One of the first things we need to pull out is the ID of the application. That's its unique identifier that we can then track it across the entire sort of life cycle within our own database managing this process. Then we talked about that key personnel table. This is where you can pull out very quickly the person's name, the organization they're associated, and the role. So we were really happy to see that this data was already structured, and it's really, a nice way to pull this information out for many use cases. One, for the conflict of interest that I had mentioned, but also so that they can get a sense on, are these organizations, are they serving historically Black colleges? Are they, identified as a group that ends up enrolling participants who are from underserved areas? It gives a sense of which organizations are part of this effort. Now we moved on. What we want to do next is pull out the table of contents, because that can be a guide for us for the remainder of the process. And you can start to see how this is becoming an 89 page application with the requirements covered on the table of contents. And here you can also see already that it kind of walks through, there's a number of budget pages, there's commercialization plans, and those are pretty standard across all these applications, again, facilitated by that federal system. But when we start to get into the real meat of what we want is in the specific research plan, the specific aims, the research strategy, those sorts of areas. So yeah, and also the project summary and abstract, which we can see here. And because we are able to pull the table of contents, we're then able to also identify and pull just the abstract from this PDF. And it's usually less than a page. The same strategy is used for the specific aims in the research strategy. And what's really nice is these areas are usually targeted to just the NOC. So just that specific content that we want. So we can just pull that right out and make this 80-page application much more consumable. And the specific aims can be a little tricky at times because they do range in length, but they tend to be 1 to 3 pages. But here is a more consumable little chunk here, similar to the abstract. The research strategy can be much longer with variable lengths. In these specific text sections, we're particularly interested in the research background or the research concepts that are discussed, as well as any technical information that's in there. And so we can target the research strategy for these keyword searches and for other areas where we really want to hone in on what is this application all about. So stop and think for a second if you were to do this manual and you opened a PDF and you copy and paste it into Excel, and you have to make sure it's formatted, and inevitably Excel is going to change something, and you're going to go through this process and you're going to really hate it by the end. Now you can very quickly with different scripting, after a little QC and a little prep time, you can pull out hundreds of search terms and hundreds of different types of information you might want to pull out of there. And it's in a much more efficient approach. And then that information can easily be summarized and put into a tabular form for different purposes. So by adopting a more modern approach, we've moved from a manual process to a more automated one where we have different types of outputs. We have extracted metadata, like we talked about with the research strategy. We have tabular information that we can structure like the key personnel table, but really any metadata we're pulling out. And we can pull out unstructured text for natural language processing purposes as we continue to work and hone in on the use cases here. It is important to remember, and I think I have probably emphasized this over and over again, but the human eyes are always going to be part of this process. We want to streamline the workflow and make it more efficient. But for a number of reasons, automation is never 100% error proof. So we definitely have a human for that extra QC step. And we want to make sure there's always warnings around that as we work with the clients. But also, this is a really important process that can't be automated. These applications, they need those subject matter experts to weigh in, and they need to be making the ultimate decision. So our role here is really to help them get metadata more quickly from these sort of more difficult to access sources like a PDF. And this.
Wait, no, you've got a couple more minutes.
Oh, thank you. Okay, good. And so I think we went over this one already, but really quick. So it sort of mentions that we have the name, title, and institution. We extract that abstract, research strategy, and specific aims. We pull out different keywords, and ultimately we create that into a portfolio analysis summary file and reports that the decision makers can use. To touch on the technical aspects of this work, we were delighted in a lot of ways that the PDF structure was consistent. There are methods to use, as we noted before, if it weren't going to be that way. But for the methods that we used, it was critical that the PDFs followed the same format. We used Tabula library for the table extraction. It's really good with tabular data. We used PyMu PDF when we needed to parse and extract text. Pandas, more your bread and butter data science library. And our clients often loved to get this in Excel in the end of the day. And so we used XLSX Writer because it helped us make some really custom and funky things that they wanted to see for certain pieces of this. So that is just a quick note on some of the technical tools and libraries that were used. And as we move forward with this work, I think what remaining challenges we have is that the landscape is constantly evolving and changing, as you all know. And so we have to be adaptable, and we have to continue to make sure as we do this work, we continue to use generalized solutions and be as adaptable as possible. And in that same realm, instead of relying on keywords or sort of, I don't want to say random, but curated list from subject matter experts, we're trying to connect some of this work to an existing controlled vocabulary or ontology or taxonomy so that the concepts reflected in these applications can be easier related to one another by realigning with these existing, structures of metadata. So we are piloting using the MESH. It's out of National Library of Medicine. So we're piloting connecting these keywords to the MESH controlled vocabulary so that we inherently already have a relationship of how these different concept areas relate to each other over time. We also want to continue to refine and learn from the subject matter experts what areas of the applications are most interesting, or what else do we need to be pulling out of here, and what are your pain points? And overall, just continue to refine and automate each step of the process. I do quickly want to acknowledge the RTI team that are supporting this work: Anna Godwin, who is a co-author, Chris Coxon, Evan Bunnage, Damian Pasquarelli, and Kristen Williams, as well as a number of other folks, as well as our NIH clients who we collaborate with on this work. And thank you guys so much for your time.
Thank you, Kate. Let's see, our next speaker is I hear a little bit. Okay, I don't hear the background now. Okay, our next speaker is Haley Hunter-Zink. She is a data scientist in the Center for Optimization and Data Science at the Census Bureau. She holds a PhD in computational biology and has previously worked as a data scientist in genetics and clinical informatics. Since joining Census in 2020, she's focused on projects involving web scraping, natural language processing, and machine learning.
Thank you, Faye. So I'd first just like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present today. And I was going to tell you about a project I've been working on with my colleague, Lou Lebanese, on transitory location frame enhancement and validation with web scraping and predictive modeling. So frame development, essentially creating a list of although historically
I don't think, can others hear? Having a little bit of hard time.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Okay, sorry. So although historically a lot of this validation and development of frames has been happening in person with boots on the ground, Census is seeking to automate and use alternative data sources to help with frame development and validation. So this project in particular is looking at creating frames for the decennial planning, so decennial being the census that happens once every 10 years, for the transitory location or TL frame. So just a quick definition, a TL is a transitory location is a place where people are unlikely to live year-round. So they may live for a portion of the year there and then move on. And the census has defined 6 subcategories of these TLs, including campgrounds, RV parks, marinas, hotels or motels, racetracks, and circuses or carnivals. So in terms of using alternative data sources to look at the TL frame, we decided to investigate the potential of using web scraping to enhance the TL frame. And specifically, we're going to focus on one subtype of TLs, recreational vehicle or RV parks. But would just like to note that as long as you can locate a particular website source for a relevant TL, this process could definitely generalize to other TL types. So for this, we're going to use the Good Sam website, so goodsam.com, which is a consolidated resource for recreational vehicle owners. And lucky for us, it, in addition to other information, it also contains a lot of information. It contains a comprehensive listing of RV parks across 49 states in the United States. So in order to gather this information, we developed a custom scraping tool using the scraping pipe, and then followed web scraping best practices to extract the data. So this means we checked to ensure scraping wasn't prohibited according to the terms of service and the robots.txt, and also developed and also implemented a delay between requests to avoid overloading the site. This project was approved by the Census. So in addition to being a consolidated resource of RV park information, the Good Sam website also presents this information very consistently. So here on the left, we just have a sort of mock-up of a typical RV listing site on the Good Sam website. And each one of these listings across 49 states for any RV park they have listed has standard headings and HTML tags for presenting consistent information. So this makes it a really nice target for a custom web scraper. So using those attributes, we were able to extract things like the address of the RV park, along with geospatial coordinates from a Get Directions widget, contact information like the telephone number, and the total number of sites, total number of currently available sites at the RV park, only sites, this was here. Also able to gather other information like the facility type, so that would refer to whether the listing was an RV park or an RV resort or in a state park or a national park, stuff like that. And then also we grabbed, if available, an external website URL that pointed to an additional website specific to that. Other information included sort of recreational facilities, both within and nearby. Finally, we also scraped the maximum minimum price of the site. And I just want to say this is definitely a subset of the information that we could have scraped from the site, but this is just what we started with. So of the approximately 11,000 RV park listings that we were able to scrape from the site, we were able to collect these data elements from almost all of them, with just a few exceptions. So here I'm just showing the percent of RV parks with a particular data element that we scraped off each listing page. And here are all the actual data elements that we scraped. So for the vast majority, we are able to scrape that data element for almost all of the listed RV parks, with 3 exceptions, one being the total number of sites at the RV park, having an external website link, and also the number of tent-only sites. And just to say, this one actually wasn't always applicable because some of the RV parks didn't allow tent camping. But of particular note, while we were actually able to scrape the number of available sites, so it was basically listed over 95% of the listings, whereas for the number of total sites, we were only able to get listed on the page approximately a third of the listings. So this is a significant limitation for frame building because the total number of sites is linked to the total capacity of a site, and capacity information is really important for annotating these addresses in the frame because it can help with operational planning and also with workload distribution while these operations are active. So to address this limitation, we investigated using other scraped data elements from a listing to be able to train a machine learning model so that we could predict the total number of sites in the case where this total number of sites was not listed. So for this machine learning model, our outcome is the total site count, so the total number of sites at an RV park. And here we just have a kernel density estimate looking at the distribution of the total number of sites per IV park, and just for the subset of sites where this information was actually listed. And overall, there's sort of an average of between 100 and 200 sites per RV park. But as you can see, there's a very long tail here, so there was definitely RV parks that had considerably more sites. But then we look to a subset of our other scraped features that we've scraped for each individual listing to be able to predict this outcome. So these features that we're going to use to predict include the total site, or the number of available sites currently scraped from the page, whether tents were allowed or not, what the total number of tent-only sites was, the census geographic region as inferred from the state taken from the address of the RV park, the facility type, so essentially, is it a resort, is it an RV park, is it a national park, stuff like that. The number of on-site and the number of nearby recreational facilities that were listed for each listing, and then the average price of a site per night. So for categorical variables like region or facility type, we used one-hot encoding to represent these variables. And for the numerical features, we scaled them between 0 and 1. In the end, there were 18 total features for this machine learning model. So in order to try to optimize performance, we benchmarked a couple of different machine learning models over the applicable data set. So just to go over the actual cohort we used, we were able to scrape approximately 11,000 RV park listings. But of those 11,000, only about 10,500 were within scope for us. So the facility type actually revealed that some of these listings were not actual RV parks where people would actually stay, but were more service oriented. So things like places or sites where you could store your RV long-term, but not necessarily live there. So we conducted a post-processing step in order to remove those types of facilities from the overall cohort. Out of those 10,500, about 3,500 actually had the total number of sites listed on the page. And so we split that final 3,500 into a training and a testing set, where we use 75% to actually train and benchmark our machine learning models, and then held out 25% for downstream validation. So we tried a bunch of different machine learning methodologies, had some boosting methods, XGBoost, DataBoost, just regularized linear regression, a very simple neural network model, a multi-layer perceptron, an ensemble decision tree approach, random forest, and a support vector machine. And we conducted hyperparameter tuning across a grid search of applicable hyperparameters for each one of these models, and selected the best model with cross-validation using an R-squared scoring metric. So in the end, one of the multi-layer perceptron models had the best performance as assessed via cross-validation, and with a final R-squared value on the test set of 0.58. So here we show the sort of predicted outcome and the web scraped outcome on a log scale, and where the darker the blue, the higher the density of points. And so you can see we don't have perfect correlation as shown by this R-squared metric, but we definitely do have a relationship between the predicted and true outcome. When we look at learning curves to assess the effect of the training set sample size on the machine learning model performance, we can look at for models trained with various subsets of the training sample, we can compare the R-squared value of that model on the training data set and the R-squared of that model's predictions on the test set. And we see when we finally max out our total sample size that we have available for training, we're getting convergence of these two learning curves, which indicates that actually increasing the sample size with this current feature set will actually not substantially improve performance. So at this point, in order to improve performance, we would definitely need to engineer new features and extract novel features from the Good Sam webpage. But with the features we currently have available, we can at least look and see which ones are most important for the prediction of the total number of sites at each RV listing. So here we're going to use the sharply additive explanations or SHAP values. And just to deconstruct this plot a little bit, on the y-axis here, we have some of the most important features for the prediction of the total number of sites. On the x-axis, we have the actual SHAP value, which is a measure of the impact of that particular feature on an individual prediction of that model. So each one of these plots, each one of these points is an individual prediction. And the color of the point indicates the sort of relative high or low value of this feature. So essentially here, for the number of available sites, which is one of the features we're using to predict the total number of sites, we have a lot of predictions where this individual feature has large impact on the actual model output. And additionally, we have higher values indicate of the number of available sites, indicating we have a higher number of total sites, which makes sense just because logically, in order to actually have a higher number of available sites, you have to have a higher number of total sites, even if that relationship doesn't always hold. Similarly, for the number of on-site recreational facilities, if there are more on-site recreational facilities, the model is more likely to predict that there is a larger total number of sites. Which intuitively, I think we've come up with a just so story for that too, in the sense that if you have a larger RV park, it may be likely there are more on-site facilities on that larger RV park. Interestingly, if tent camping is permitted, it's actually likely to predict that the RV site is actually smaller.
You have about 2 minutes, Haley.
Sure. Okay, wrapping up. So we, getting back to the original goal of this, we wanted to do framed improvement. So we matched this number of scraped addresses back to the master address file. So the master address file, or the MAF, is the comprehensive list of addresses that Census keeps for survey and census operations. And it is the reference from which all the frames are derived. So we took the 2022 version of the MAF extract and extracted any valid addresses marked as an RV park, which indicated, and that turned out to be about 5,300 entries. So because the scraped addresses were not always complete, meaning that only a second line, sort of city, state, and zip code were available for that RV park, we used a combination of strategies, including sort of address-based matching, but also matching on the basis of the campground, the RV park name and geospatial coordinates by looking at the distance and drawing a threshold. So in the end, we get an overlap of about 2,700 RV parks, but we definitely have a lot of RV parks that either exist only in the MAF or only in Good Sam. So our limited clerical review has revealed a couple of reasons for the incomplete overlap. It seems like some of the addresses may be obsolete with closed RV parks. Some of the RV parks in the MAF especially are actually associated with other types of housing, like actual housing units or inns and motels. But there are many instances where the locations do seem to be actually exist by sort of doing external Google searches, but don't appear either in the MAF or in Good Sam, which indicates that these two data sets could potentially complement each other. So in conclusion, for predictive modeling, our training data set is small, but our learning curves analysis seem to indicate that additional samples will probably not drastically increase performance. I think what we need to do is improve upon our limited feature set. Unfortunately, we only scraped a small minority of the information that's available on the Good Sam listings. So I think we have a good chance of being able to develop new predictive features. And also we've done very limited clerical review. So I think if we dig deeper, we'll be able to look into the matching results and come up with other themes as to why we're seeing matches or not, just to improve the sort of automated integration of these web scraped addresses into the map. But overall, we can scrape addresses and other info on RV parks from Good Sam, saying that at least we can technically utilize this alternative data source for frame development. Additionally, and just going beyond this project, it looks like it is possible, even if information is not accessible on a given web page to scrape, you can use other scraped elements to predict missing information from that scraped data, which I think opens up possibilities in other web scraping projects as well. And finally, our matching results show that scraped addresses can complement and enhance the Census master address file for the transitory location frame development. So I'd just like to thank my colleagues for support and feedback, and my contact information there. I'm happy to take questions later. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Haley. Our next speaker is Robert McCracken. He has been at RTI since 1998. He's worked on a number of large federally funded projects. Topics include child development, prison and jail inmate detainee safety, healthcare costs, among others. Currently leads the instrumentation and coding task on the Medical Expenditure Panel Survey's medical provider component that's funded by AHRQ.
All right, thank you. All right, can you see my screen okay?
Yep.
All right. So yeah, this is applying AI techniques for record abstraction in the MEPS-MPC. First, I'd like to acknowledge others who have contributed to this presentation. Peter Tice from the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality, and from RTI International, R. Suresh, he's our lead author, Anna Godwin, and Brandon Peel. So after a quick project description, we'll talk about how data are abstracted from records on the MEPS medical provider component. Then we'll look at manual records highlighting. We'll talk about the auto highlighting of records in some detail before talking about the results of our first pilot study. Then we'll talk about what's next for this auto highlighting AI that's being used. So the Medical Expenditure Panel Survey, or MEPS, it's a set of surveys conducted for AHRQ. The household component is conducted each year with about 14,000 households. They visit each household 2 or 3 times to gather information on each household member's medical events during the year. And they get a signed authorization form for each medical provider seen during the year by a household member. So the medical provider component, or MPC, uses those signed authorization forms to contact each medical provider and gather detailed expenditure information, so the charges and payments for each medical event. These data are gathered from the providers because the providers can generally provide more complete information and provide it with better precision than the patients can. So the MPC sample then it's just the set of providers that the household component sample members completed authorization forms for. When a household component sample member reports receiving services from a particular healthcare provider, that creates in the sample what we call a patient-provider pair, or just pair for short. Data are gathered about each data service then for each pair. So while some data are collected by phone, almost 2/3 is collected through records abstraction. So it's a big portion of our data collection. And RTI has been working with AHRQ on the MPC since 2009. So like I said, on the MPC, we're contacting various types of providers. For all provider types, we collect at least some of the data through records abstraction. This presentation is going to focus on the records abstraction rather than the phone data collection part, and it focuses on the office-based doctor provider type specifically. Think of like a primary care physician, that type of doctor operating out of an office. The main data elements collected about each medical event include procedures performed, the charges for each procedure, payments associated with each event, including who paid, associated diagnoses, and reasons that charges did not equal payments for the events where that's applicable. Data abstractors, they start by reviewing the records and manually highlighting different data elements in various colors. For example, dates of service are highlighted pink, procedure codes and charges are yellow, payments are green. The highlighting happens they're doing this within electronic PDF files. So highlighting the records is the first step. It's done because it allows a more efficient and accurate transfer of data into an electronic data collection form. So the data elements in the records don't always appear in the same order as the data elements in a Blaze data collection form. So we have this preliminary data collection form that allows the user to enter the data in the most efficient order. Once the data are in that form, then they are programmatically pulled into Blaze. The data collector has to review the Blaze data for accuracy before they finalize it. So this presentation is focusing on that first step, the highlighting. It's the most time-consuming of the steps in this process. The abstractors review each PDF and highlight data elements different colors, like I was saying. The highlights help them, as I said, more quickly identify where data elements are and which elements they are in the PDF. So what does a record look like before and after abstractor highlighting? On this slide, you can see a training record example, so there's no real data in here. This is a pretty simple example. It shows a single data service with a couple of procedures and charges. The top image is before highlighting. The bottom one shows what it would look like after an abstractor manually highlights. And then the enlarged image to the right is just a closer look at what that highlighting looks like. So before each pair is worked, it's assigned a difficulty rating, and that helps in assignment, proper assignment by abstractor skill level. And it's pretty straightforward. It's easy, moderate, difficult. Differences might be things like the number of pages in the records or the complexity of the records. This example on screen would certainly be an easy. Oops. So the goals of the auto highlighting have been to increase the abstractor highlighting efficiency measured through timing or through hours per case data, while improving or maintaining the data quality of the abstracted data measured through error rates. So the auto highlighting program, this AI, it's rules-based. It highlights in particular colors based on some of the rules used by abstractors, same rules that they're using. A few of those rules are listed on the slide. There are more than this, of course, and some of them are more complex, taking into account juxtaposition of the data element to other words, phrases, data elements on the page. So where does this fit into our data collection process then, this auto highlighting? This graphic shows both the manual and auto highlighting processes. The records come in a PDF form, and they're assigned a difficulty level, like I was saying, the easy, moderate, difficult by a records reviewer. At that point, the manual and auto highlighting processes diverge. The manual process is in the red box at the top. The auto highlight process is the blue box, or the blue box is the bottom. You can see that the auto highlight process has an extra step. That's where a parser goes through each PDF and highlights the items. Then an abstractor has to review those highlights. The abstractor can delete, they can add, they can change highlight colors. Of course, they can also leave one's highlights that the AI gets correct. In the manual process at the top, the parser is skipped. Of course, the abstractor has to apply all those highlights manually. And from that point, the process is the same for both paths. So some of the challenges of creating an AI that does this. First, the highlighting rules are not always that straightforward. A human can do some interpretation that might be more difficult for a rules-based program. For example, not all dollar amounts on a bill get highlighted the same color, and not all dollar amounts get highlighted for that matter. If there's some uncertainty about what a dollar amount represented, an abstractor can leave it unhighlighted, make a note with a question to get it answered later. We need the program to minimize errors in those kinds of situations. So that's a challenge. Next, while we wanted to highlight provider and patient names, it was not immediately clear to the program which was which. Plus, some records include names of third parties. Example, if a patient was a child, the parent's name might be in those records, and that parent's name is not something we need to highlight. Third, a very large portion of these records are received by fax, and with that, some of it is low image quality. And so that could create a problem with the program recognizing text correctly. For example, it might see an ICD-10 code of I20 and interpret that as 120, which could change the color it gets highlighted. Also, there's just such a vast number of different billing form formats out there, and that creates a challenge. There are some standard forms that are used, but it really seems like there are almost as many billing formats as there are providers. So here's an example of a billing format that could be more challenging. This form contains most of the information we need. It even contains, so it has a procedure code, G0439, on the same row as a charge where it says fee amount of $150. You can see those in the enlarged portion at the bottom. The program would likely highlight the procedure code yellow, which is correct, but probably create an error with the dollar amounts. The fee amount of $150 should be yellow, but the payments adjustments amounts of $150 is something that an abstractor would not highlight. They'd make a note to ask a question because we don't know which portion of that is the payment, and the payment is different from the adjustment in terms of the color. So this is an example of a kind of a row that could create some data elements that could create some problems for the AI. So in the summer of 2021, we conducted the initial pilot study of this with this AI. The pilot study involved 4 trained abstractors working 50 randomly selected pairs, records for those pairs. Each pair was worked twice, once by manual highlighting and once through the auto-highlighting process. The manual and auto-highlighted pairs were worked in separate but identical systems. We had different abstractors working the same pair manually versus auto-highlighted. So to talk through the results of that first pilot study, we're going to compare auto-highlighting to manually highlighting in terms of the accuracy in applying the highlights and in terms of efficiency and data quality. Then we'll also talk about some of the feedback we got from abstractors. To evaluate the program's accuracy, we identified 3 error types and pretty ingeniously called them A, B, and C. A was when the records were missing a highlight that the abstractor corrected by adding a highlight. B was an extraneous highlight the abstractor had to delete. C was a highlight of the wrong color that required the abstractor to change the color. So type C errors, these required the most time for correction. Type A errors were generally the quickest to correct, and B fell somewhere in between. The first goal, obviously the first goal of the auto-highlighting was to get it accurate. But beyond that, the second goal was to minimize the type C errors, the wrong color, because those took the longest to fix. Making a type A error was the most preferable of any of the errors over B or C, because A created no additional work for the abstractor. They simply had to do the job they would have had to do if it were manual by adding a highlight. So the table here shows the results by the abstraction difficulty level of records, that easy, moderate, difficult. Looking at the all row at the bottom, you can see 33% of the highlights being accurate. That might seem initially low, but the type C errors, the ones that were most time consuming, were just 2% overall, just about 2%, meaning the system really minimized those time consuming errors. So another way to look at that is the program did 1/3 of the abstractor's highlighting work, and it made mistakes that required correction less than 30% of the time, and nearly all of those were the quicker kind to fix. To track efficiency, abstractors kept detailed records of start and stop time by pair for the work on the manually highlighted pairs and the auto-highlighted pairs. Comparing those times then showed a clear time savings of about 40% for the auto-highlighted compared to the manually highlighted. The time savings were largest for the easy and moderate pairs, with very little time savings for the difficult ones. Quality of the final data was measured by error rates. Each event in each pair was re-abstracted by an expert data quality team abstractor. Those results were then compared to the original abstraction, and differences were the errors. Overall, error rates were lower for the auto-highlighted pairs. Looking at important types of data collected, kind of breaking it down, the results were generally also better for the auto-highlighted cases. So after the pilot study, we debriefed with the abstractors. Feedback was largely positive. They said it reduced fatigue, it saved them time. So it obviously saved them time in terms of the highlighting. They said that it also saved them time by helping them more quickly identify the location of various data elements on the records. Less time was spent kind of getting the lay of the land on a new form type that they haven't seen before. Related to this, they said the tool could be helpful to new abstractors to help them become more comfortable with records by pointing out where various data elements are on the records. They also had some specific suggestions about how the system could be improved by highlighting additional terms, changing when particular terms got highlighted, that sort of thing. So later this month, we begin a larger pre-test. This is going to involve more pairs, 350 versus the 50 from the first pilot. Another change will be there will be no parallel track for highlighting and abstracting. All 350 will be abstracted just once using the auto-highlighting. The AI program being used has been updated also since that first pilot to include some of the improvements suggested by the abstractors. Like the first pilot study, we'll be re-abstracting 100% of those pairs. We'll be able to compare data quality error rates from those 350 to the rest of the sample that uses manual highlighting. To get more precise timing information, the pretest is going to use automatic timing for each stage of work. Recall I said the first study, the abstractors had to manually track their time. And those timers run for both the auto highlight and the manual highlight, so we can compare this. And if the pretest goes well, we're looking at starting to use the auto highlighting for all office-based doctor case abstraction. And we're looking at expanding the use of auto highlighting to some of the other provider types as well. That some of those are more complex, so there may be some more nuances there that we need to think about. And that is all I have.
Thank you, Rob. You're right at 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right, give me a second, and I will stop sharing. I apologize. I have well. Got it. Sorry.
That's okay. Thanks again. Our next speaker is Daniel Brannick, works for RTI. I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Wayne. So my name is Daniel Brannick. I'm a data scientist at RTI. I've been at RTI for just over a year. I've worked, I should share my slides. I worked on this project with a couple collaborators from RTI who work in the Center for Data Science and AI, and then also a collaborator at University of Minnesota, Marty DeLima. So a lot of this credit, of course, goes to those collaborators. All right. So to get this out of the way, the funding here came from the National Institute of Justice, and we're working in collaboration with the U.S. Postal Service and the Postal Inspection Service. Of course, what we're talking about here may not necessarily be the views of those organizations. Okay, so the project overview here, just to give you some context of what we were trying to do overall, we wanted to determine whether age impacts the likelihood of and the degree to which Americans are victimized through the mail, through the post office. And then we wanted to figure out if there are any effective interventions that might be that might prevent some of that fraud from taking place. In particular, we were looking at advanced stage. So are older Americans at a higher risk of being victimized through the mail. The relevance here to this audience is that we had to do a lot of record linkage across disparate sources, and we think that the methodology that we were using might be relevant in other contexts, including in surveys. So to kind of set the lay of the land here, we were looking at some really interesting data sources. I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about them because they're not totally in scope of this conference talk, but just to give you a brief introduction, we had data from 4 different scam enterprises, essentially, Maria Duval, Maria Rochefort, DMI, and Fennel Kern. And you can see in the size column here that this is a considerable amount of data. There's over 1 million victims across the 4 scams. There's tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars that's being extracted from Americans through the mail. There were 2 predominant types of scams. One was sort of fake psychic scams, and another one was looking at sweepstakes or lotteries where people think they're entering a contest and then no one wins, so they're just sending in money. The thing that's really important here is the data that we had to link these records across the different scams. We had name, address, city, state, zip. This is the sort of information that these criminal enterprises were tracking in order to send them mail. So I don't think any of that's going to be surprising. The psychic scams, in addition, had date of birth, not place of birth, had date of birth for the purposes of generating, horoscope type predictions. Okay, so why was it important for us to link this data across these different scams? Well, the scams were tracking this information as sort of like a customer relations tool, right? They were using the same sorts of big programs that legitimate companies use. These are large operations, and what we wanted to know here is, are people being victimized by multiple scams? Are they being victimized multiple times within the scams? And what we found through some initial analysis was that yes, we see the same victims appearing across multiple scams. We see the same victims appearing within a scam multiple times. And even some initial analysis suggested that as many as 70% of the different transactions are coming from maybe 20% of the victims. So in order for us to do any sort of useful analysis with this data, we had to merge it into one usable database that had a unique identifier representing one person. So in other words, the data had to be merged in order to be useful, which I think is going to be the case oftentimes in a survey context. So what kind of data do we have? So as you might imagine, the criminals were not particularly interested in maintaining clean data sources that were easy to work with and nice and tidy. The data was very, very sloppy. There were a tremendous number of typos and formatting inconsistencies. This obviously is made up data for the purposes of this presentation, but it is absolutely representative of the sorts of things that we would see. So you've got names that are split across multiple fields. You've got addresses that are split across multiple fields. You've got abbreviations that are being used. Sometimes the first name and last names were swapped. Same thing with the address fields. In short, it became clear very quickly that trying to just match on names and match on addresses was not going to get us to where we needed to go. If we tried to say, well, how many unique names are in our data set? There's going to be way more unique names than there are unique victims. And when we're looking at repeat victimization as a focus of the study, we need to be able to discern when somebody is the same person or when 2 transactions belong to the same person. We took a few data pre-processing steps that I think might be relevant and helpful for other people who are trying to do similar record linkage across sources. So for instance, with the first name, last name, with those being split across different fields, we found that they were often reversed. So what we ended up doing was sorting those fields alphabetically for each row and then concatenating into a single field. So instead of being John Doe or J Doe in different fields, we would make that Doe John, and it would be one field. And that way, if those fields were flipped, it ended up being one string with the names in the same order, regardless of how they started. For the address field, we ended up sorting by the field length and putting the longer field first and then concatenating into a single column. That's the sort of data pre-processing that can make future record linkage down the line way simpler and way easier and just way more accurate for an algorithm to detect different differences. It can be hard for an algorithm to know that address 1 and address 2 are interchangeable. Okay, so what do we actually use to do this record linkage? We used an open source framework called dedupe.io. This is a Python library that combines a lot of different comparison techniques. It's offered as a web service, but that's not actually why we were interested in it. We had highly sensitive data about very vulnerable individuals. It is quite simply not an option for us to ship our data to a third-party cloud service, have them do the record linkage, and then send it back to us. That was never going to work. Instead, what we had to do was keep all of the data and all of the computation on that data in a very secure FIPS-compliant computing environment. And so what this Python open source package enabled us to do is download the data, upload that downloaded source code into the computing environment, and then run everything locally on site to prevent there from being any potential leakages of data. So we kept everything within this one FIPS compliant computing environment. The way that this comparison algorithm works is by calculating multiple different text similarity measures. So there's kind of your default text similarity measures where it's looking at how many characters are different between two strings. So John with no H is pretty similar to John with an H, right? There's just one character different, but it's nothing like Mary, which has all the characters being different. The nice thing is that it also calculated these other types of similarity measures. So for instance, the If-mean gap measures, where deletions are considered less impactful than substitutions. So Jonathan Doe might be considered pretty similar to J Doe because all you're doing is deleting one block of letters. But Jonathan Doe is nothing like Jessica Doe, which requires a whole bunch of substitutions to get that second string. And so differences like that, differences from Jonathan Doe to J Doe should be similar in our context because we regularly had initials rather than wholly different names representing the same person. The thing that's really important to call out with this is that it's calculating multiple similarity measures for every single one of our columns, every single one of our fields that we're feeding into the algorithm. It's not using single field kind of fuzzy matching that you might find in a lot of algorithms where it's looking at the two addresses and as long as it varies by no more than 2 or 3 characters, we'll call that a match. No, instead what it's doing is it's learning which similarities are important for which fields. So for instance, with names, maybe it can have a somewhat large or a somewhat dissimilar text similarity measure. As long as it's somewhat similar in terms of If-mean gap measures, it's likely to be the same person. Whereas for the state field and the address, a 1 character difference in the state field might mean a dramatically different result. You know, MI is completely different than MN. Those are different states on different sides of the country. And so if you have a 1 character substitution in state, that's probably not the same person. If you have a 1 character substitution in name, then that very well could be the same person. So that was one thing that we found really powerful about this algorithm is that it's doing this calculation and it's comparing across different columns and figuring out which differences are important in which context. So the next thing we wanted to do after kind of setting up and implementing this algorithm and getting results, which in our case results meant every record gets assigned a unique identifier that represents what person that record belongs to, regardless of which scam enterprise perpetrated that particular transaction. We wanted to evaluate those unique identifiers based on 2 criteria. One is the false match rate and one is the missed match rate. So the false matched rate is the proportion of matched records that should not have been matched. These are, false matches. The missed match rate is the proportion of records belonging to the same record that should have been matched but remain unmatched. So these are matches that the algorithm missed. Unfortunately, these are not trivial to calculate, right? Because if you had an easy way to calculate these two things, then why would you need an algorithm in the first place? False match rate is somewhat easier to calculate. The algorithm that we were using gave us a model confidence. So essentially, we think that these two transactions belong to the same individual, and we're 99% sure. It also would say we think these two probably belong to the same individual, but we're only 70% sure. And what we can do is look at example records for different confidence bands. So let's look at all the people who it thinks it's 98% sure or greater. How often does it make a mistake? And what we found is that if the model's highly confident, it pretty much never is wrong. It learned very quickly that small differences in age or small differences in name, but exact matches in address, that's the same person. So you know that the highly confident cases are almost always correct, and you know that the somewhat confident cases are usually correct, but not always. What you can then do is look at, well, how often are the matches high confidence and how often are the matches of a middling confidence? And the vast majority of the matches that were being made by the algorithm by Dedupe.io were highly confident. So what this suggests is that our false match rate was very, very low, around 0.5%. The next type of mistake, the next type of error is this mismatch rate, which is a little bit trickier to calculate, because how on earth do you find matches that Dedupe.io missed? Well, we had some sort of specific identifiers that we could try and look for exact matches and see how often did the algorithm make a mistake. So for instance, we had date of birth. These, at least for the transactions involving the psychic scams. So what we would do is we would look at all of the transactions for a given date of birth and how often should these have been the same person but were not the same person. And what we found is that this is a little bit more common. So all in all, what we found was a false match rate of around 0.5%, and then a mismatch rate somewhere around 3%. But it's worth noting that the mismatch rate is an underestimate, because there may very well be cases that we could not identify that should have been matched but weren't. We think this is a really profound result in this matching problem because of how messy our data was. You have all these records that are stored in all these different ways, and we're able to be very, very confident that these matches were correct when they were made. And this enabled us to do all sorts of research that would not have been possible if we had kept the scams separate, if we had kept the data for the different enterprises in unique silos. And then, just in case anyone's curious, this is just a sample of some of the results we found. So essentially, our initial analysis was borne out. Less than 10% of the victims account for more than 60% of the victimization losses. You have people regularly being victimized more than 20 times in our data. And we did, in fact, find that older adults are at a higher risk of being victimized more often and thereby losing more money. So I'll leave it at that. If anyone has questions on how we approach this problem or want help approaching a similar record linkage problem, then please do feel free to reach out. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And finally, our last talk of the day will be given by Mansour Fahimi. He'll be talking about composite weighting for hybrid samples.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this presentation. Before I start, a couple of quick points. First of all, I apologize for not having a webcam. I'm in the process of moving and most of my hardware are in storage. The second point is that you will probably find my presentation very different from the others you've heard today. Nonetheless, I appreciate the opportunity to be here, share some lessons learned. Hopefully, they will be of some utility to some of you. So again, the topic is composite weighting, and the presentation is going to be hopefully short. I start with what I call a big picture, then talk about traditional inferential paradigm, get into some of the new realities we have to deal with in the survey research world. The method of composite estimation that we've been relying on for decades. Then I introduced the method of composite weighting and then wrap it up. So the big picture, I have made it a habit that anytime I have a presentation in survey sampling, I start with the total survey error model. This is one depiction of this model, basically suggesting that there are different ways that error can creep into our surveys. So we have to be mindful of errors that come because of observation challenges, processing, and dissemination. And each one of these, once you peel them, they sub-branch into different components. So again, this is just one depiction of the total survey error model, reminding us that we have to have a holistic view and not focus only on the area that we are comfortable with, because that can create weak links. In terms of the inferential paradigm, we have learned in Stat 101 survey sampling 101 courses that if you have a target universe, you take from that a random sample, and then through magic of weighting, you can make inferences about the target population. Well, this is all nice and clean, except this paradigm relies on several requirements. Number one, you need to start with a complete sampling frame. Secondly, you need to have a selection process whereby every unit has a known and non-zero selection probability. And the one that is becoming a really difficult challenge these days is the menace of non-response. It is becoming very difficult these days to secure high rates of response, even for government surveys. So what are some of the new realities we are dealing with? This is a chart that shows response rates for a survey that we have been conducting for the past 10 years. So it goes back to October of 2013 all the way to August of 2022. And as you see, response rates have been declining, and this is a address-based methodology with push to web. And of course, this challenge is not unique to this type of surveys. Even telephone surveys are having the same problem. This is median response rate for the behavioral risk factor surveillance system from CDC, which is a telephone or a caddy-based operation. Response rates are debatable. Some folk indicate that these rates are a bit inflated. That's not the point of my presentation. The point is that response rates are declining even with caddy surveys. So continuing with the new realities that we are dealing with, the idea of multi-mode, we used to not think of it as something very tolerable. It was considered as something hasty. But more and more, we are beginning to realize that we have bigger challenges to worry about. And who knows, perhaps using multi-mode is a way of reaching different individuals to whom a different modality is more appealing. The idea of multi-frame samples or hybrid samples also was something that we were not very keen on, considering them perhaps suitable for commercial surveys, but not for survey research. But we see that there is growing popularity. And if it's done the right way, perhaps we can improve coverage and reduce costs at the same time. And then what seems to be becoming more and more popular these days are these alternative methods of sampling from online panels. And I make a distinction between those that rely on probability-based methods for recruitment. I call those panels with organic representation, and the other ones, the opt-in panels that use every which way to recruit, and they apply some kind of coda sampling at the end to improve representation, and hence I call those samples or panels with synthetic representation. And emerging out of this, back to the hybrid methodology, is when you take a probability sample, either address-based or telephone-based, and then mix it with samples from online panels. So how do you go about making inferences from samples that have multiple components? The incorrect way, obviously, is to stack all your data and make inferences from the combined data. Don't have to get into the details of it, but for various reasons, this is not right. Another option that is commonly used is just weight the 2 or 3 survey components, stack them on top of each other, and make inferences from the combined data. But this too has issues. You're not blending the data in an optimal fashion, as we will get into. And then different surveys could have been weighted differently. So there are all kinds of extraneous factors that can be introduced. So the composite estimation method that we have been relying on for a long time is an attempt to get around these inefficiencies. But as we will see, this is a very arduous methodology. To use composite estimation, you have to weight surveys independently and then produce point estimates from the different surveys and then blend them in some kind of optimal fashion. What is this optimal fashion? Well, if you think about a simple situation where you have 2 independent surveys, one has sample size and another one and 2, you're trying to make estimates of the population mean through y bar 1 and y bar 2. So this is the good old composite estimator, which takes a pinch of y bar 1, another pinch of y bar 2, and then makes that composition the better estimate of the population mean. So in the simplest case, if you take alpha to be 0.5, you will end up with arithmetic mean of the 2 sample means, which is of course not the right way of doing it. So the right way of doing it is actually to developing an optimal value for alpha for this composition factor by minimizing the mean squared error of the composite estimator, which in the general form, when you have no information about your point estimates and their variabilities, this ends up being the optimal value for composition. And if we start making some simplifying assumptions, so for example, if the first estimate is considered to be unbiased and the second one has some bias issues, again, not knowing anything about their variabilities, the composition factor reduces to that. It's a slightly simpler form. If we further assume that the 2 point estimates are unbiased, but we don't have any information about their precision, then the optimal value of alpha becomes a function of the variances of the 2 point estimates. And in the simplest case, if you assume that the 2 estimates are unbiased and their variabilities are comparable, then the optimal value of alpha becomes simply a function of the sample sizes. I'm going to be using this to develop the methodology. I'm calling it composite weighting in a minute. So composite estimation is computationally very arduous because you're going to have to develop estimates one at a time from each survey and then blend them together. And then this is a very piecemeal approach because most surveys oftentimes require dozens and dozens of estimates. So this can be really challenging. And inferentially, it's also inefficient because estimates from smaller survey components could be unreliable, and then the different surveys could have been weighted differently. So again, you end up introducing extraneous variability, and besides, you can't do deep dive and do multivariate analyses with surveys that are small. So what if we could put the data from different surveys together and then weight that combined data set in a more granular way and get away from this piecemeal approach? To do that, if we assume without loss of generality that this is a simple post-stratification with only one post-stratum, and then this is how you would go about computing the survey weights by post-stratifying the base weights to the target population totals. But if we use that simplified assumption that I mentioned a few minutes ago, then we can go ahead and actually blend these two sets of weights together by calibrating each set to the ratio of the, as you see in this formulation. And then once you have these two calibrated sets of weights, you can use them as base weights and then post-stratify the combined sample with all kinds of granularity and all sorts of dividends that a larger sample can pay. And even if you want to be less simplistic in your assumptions, for example, if through the magic of weighting, the 2-point estimates could be considered unbiased, except we don't have any information about their variabilities, then you can use the calibration factors become a function of the effective sample size, where the effective sample size is the original sample size divided by the unequal weighting effect, which can be computed easily as a function of the weights. So composite weighting, here is a very quick example. I know that I'm running out of time, and so I'll be quick. We conducted 2 surveys. One survey, we had 3,361 respondents, another one 3,788 respondents. And this table shows you a couple of point estimates that are important to the survey. Prevalence of smoking cigarette or e-cigarette for various cohorts. So in this table, you see the weighted point estimates, the variances of these. And then if you were to go ahead and use the good old composite estimation with the simplistic assumption of alpha being 0.5, you would get these composite estimates. And these composite estimates are not paying any attention to precision that is associated with each point estimates. It's just simply blending the two together. If you want to be a little bit more sophisticated, of course, then you can use this the composition, which is a function of the variances of the point estimates. And as you see, the composite estimates tend to tilt towards the estimate that has a smaller variability. Good, but still, this is very cumbersome because you're going to have to do these one estimate at a time, and there's just a ton of computational steps you have to go through. However, if you use the composite weighting methodology, you will end up with estimates that are pretty actually comparable to what you would get under the optimal composition estimation process. And actually, while I don't have the data to show it here, I don't have time to show it to you. When we have done some external validity checks, these composite weighted estimates are closer to what the other surveys, government surveys, have reported. So the takeaways are there are new realities we have to deal with in the digital age. Traditional sampling methods have issues in terms of coverage, time, cost, and what have you. Perfect coverage and high response rates are perhaps becoming a thing of the past and luxuries that we may not be able to rely upon anymore. And in that context, I think unwavering allegiance to traditional methods, just because that's what's in the good book or for preserving the optics, I think that argument is getting old very fast. So we need to be exploring alternative methods. Hybrid sampling seems to be gaining some traction for various reasons that we mentioned. But at the same time, it's important to be transparent about limitations of these alternative methods and not whitewash and just present a super rosy picture. And then it's also important to realize that as response rates continue to decline and we have coverage issues, we should not shy away from heavier weighting of our data. And then the thing that is important in this context is that whatever new methodologies we develop, they need to be transparent, they need to be approachable and scalable. The literature is, you find a lot of methodologies that are not very approachable. They are loaded with dense mathematical notations and then perhaps not accessible by many practitioners. And again, transparency. As we do soul searching in these days to find better ways. We have to be transparent so that we don't overpromise or underpromise. Finally, working with hybrid samples. There are many incorrect ways of going about making inferences from hybrid samples. Composite estimation has been a good old horse, but it's very cumbersome computationally and has inferential inefficiencies. And my submission to you is that composite weighting offers a simple and effective alternative for hybrid samples, which again are becoming more and more common in the survey research world. With that, I thank you for your time, and hopefully there will be a few minutes for Q&A.
Thank you, Mansour. Thank you to all the speakers. If everybody, and we are at time, or a minute over, it's 4:01, but if everybody wants to just stay on for a minute and field maybe just, if there are any questions, field 1 or 2 questions, we could do that. Otherwise, I don't want to keep everyone. I could just, since we are a minute over, I'll just say that I think that all the talks, I thought they were very interesting. And I had the advantage of being able to see some of the slides ahead of time too. So I could absorb maybe a little bit more than I would normally. But I thought that some of the takeaways, you know, were interesting, like how folks are handling unstructured data, I think is really interesting. Some of the solutions to that. And I think that these approaches too, not just trying to automate, but to both add an automated component and keep the manual component in there as well was also very interesting. And then the last talk, I think, you know, sort of the reminder that, you know, survey methods play a role in what we do still. And we can't just, big data is not the solution, I think, to everything necessarily, I think was interesting as well. So I appreciate everybody's time, and thank you for joining today, and to all the participants. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you.